Hello and welcome back to the green forests of Estonia for the European Orienteering Championships. We will have the two forest relays today, starting with the women's and then following with the men's. You can see they are already lining up to head their way out into this forest, many of them for the fourth time this week, and they will be maybe getting a little bit used to the challenges that this terrain presents today, and it's the same arena that we've had the whole week, and they will be heading back into some parts of the terrain that they've seen before, but still it's going to be incredible and very technical, very, very tricky, very green. Let's have a look first of all at the course map. Jonas, why don't you talk us through it?
We start at almost exactly the same point as yesterday, but then they go in what I think is maybe the trickiest part of the course right after the start, and of course this is there are some few fork controls coming. Then it opens up in this area here at around 5, 6, 7. It's really nice forest, good runnability, also quite okay visibility. Then they go back to the arena passage. They turn the map and they have the second loop on the back side of the map, and then they go back in. But in this part, 10, 11, it's a bit more open. It's not as green and dense as on the first loop. Another tricky one, maybe 14, will be forking. Of course, it's only forked on the first two legs. All of the third leg runners will have the most, I think, Western control there.
Yep, and this is the start list, of course. We have multiple teams per nation, so we've got 41 teams, I think, that line up here, and there are 5 teams who've got 5 nations that have got 3 teams. So Sweden, Switzerland, Norway, Finland and Denmark are all fielding 3 teams, and they really are among the nations that we've got to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially the Swedish teams we have to look for. It's not only one team. I mean, they have a very strong first team with Lina Strand, Sara Högström, Tove Alexandersson. All of them with a bit of struggle during the week, but still, I mean, this is a very competitive team. Also, their second team with Lisa Risby, Johanna Öberg and Sanna Fast, very good. Switzerland, Norway and Finland, I would like to name as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're going to be, they're among the nations that we've seen towards the top of the results here. So yeah, particularly Norway, and I want to highlight Finland. I mean, Venla Harju with 2 medals for her. Medal for Marika Taini. Mia Nittinen was, I think, in the top 10 yesterday as well. So really, they have figured out how to do this terrain, and that's going to be really, really fantastic for them. I think you want to watch out. I think they've got a good chance for a medal, if not, probably not the win, but a good chance for a medal for the team from Finland. And then, there's always a chance here for really any of the teams to do well. We've seen it's been so chaotic over the last couple of races with some big mistakes. So if you manage to keep a clean race, you could do a good job. All right, we are ready. Here we go for this European Championships relay. The 41 teams all head out of this fantastic arena. There is a fairly long run out. You can see they're going to go between those 2 groups of trees, and just going to have quite a long run out to the start control. A mixture of approaches here. Some people just going for it, just running. Some people really taking a look at their maps as they head out. They will cross the road, and you can kind of see a little bit of the arena plan here. They will run back through this passage on the left with the control just on the left of the picture there, and then run out in the same direction towards this bit. And this is a very familiar run out to them. This is the same for the middle distance as well, that they will go in a different direction. They will turn a sharp left to head out to, as you said, Jonas, like the trickiest, possibly one of the trickiest bits of the forest. It's that light green colour, but it means there's lots of trees and little small bushes in your face. It just kind of blocks the visibility.
I mean, you can see it. There are quite many details, but it's rather flat and it's green. So it's not that green that slows you down very much, but it's the visibility is very low in this part, and especially in a relay where you have forkings. I mean, not only the first control but also the second control. You have to be very, very careful, and I think it's important to have a good position in the group at that point. Either you can do it as Lina Strand is doing and just try to be in front so it's easier to do your own race, or then you try to be at position 6, 7 so that you almost guarantee to have all of the different options in front of you, and then you can pick the one that's most likely going into the same direction as you have to go.
And this part of the forest here is actually quite runnable on this,
yeah,
this
but
route out
it's kind of a transportation part
yeah.
to this green area where the control is located.
Yeah, so you could see Lina Strand from Sweden was heading, leading the way. Grace Malloy of Great Britain looked like she had a really kind of aggressive start, and she had managed to top 20 yesterday.
I mean, if you have the C control, you had almost had the possibility to go out to the left and round everything there. But of course, it's a first leg. You try to keep together here. And one more interesting thing with this course today, I think the fact that it is that green in some parts and the visibility is so low, I think it's quite much easier compared to other terrains to break away from the group. But at the same time, it's also harder to keep that lead. I mean, because if you have only one person or two person, the group, I think, is faster. As a group, you are faster here. And but I think that's quite an interesting setup for this relay today.
Yeah, and there's a forked first control. Is that something they'll have been expecting?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a relay on World Cup or Championship level that's been on fork. They had it in big relays at some points. I remember Jukkola and Tiiu-Mila, but then they have like 3 kilometer legs to the first control. And of course, I mean, if you have a course that's 32 minutes, you try to split them up in the beginning to avoid the chaos and everything. So I think that's a good thing to do.
But you can see they're really, really splitting up here. But you look at the, for example, the different speeds that they're able to get through the terrain. Finland, see Mia Nittinen, a first leg for her, just that tails that a little bit longer. And then you look towards Britain and maybe Switzerland, they're going just so shorter as you just can't build up that speed. And a lot of the undergrowth symbol is, in some parts it's fallen trees. I'm not sure what it is in this part, but in some parts it's it really does hamper your speed. But I can't see too many people being drawn to the wrong one, although look at the Czech Republic, they've got B and they're heading towards the A control. There's a few
you can also see that
who've got C who are getting dragged towards the A control.
You can also see
well.
that the runners who have the B control, they are a little bit behind compared to the runners who have the C control. But I mean, if you look back to the beginning of the leg there, it's more open as more to the east you go, so up in the picture. And of course, that's an advantage here, so you're able to run a bit faster. We have also Norway there. I think they punched the wrong control.
Yeah.
If we have the right setup here, but that wouldn't be good for them. If it's really C option.
Yeah, that looks like they've gone just straight through the A control.
You have to keep an eye
so
on
we
that.
We really will keep an eye on that. Everybody else seems to have done. Oh, Sweden too is backing up.
Yeah.
That is Lisa Risby. I think they had the A control and they must have been to the C
control, and now it's very difficult for her. She sees the other runners go in the other direction.
Wow, that's really hard to work back from, I think.
You can see how Finland's second team is using this vegetation border just to get, this is always a very good, I mean, those borders really are your friends in this kind of terrain, especially in the green areas. See that many of the runners a bit more up in the picture.
Norway's realised.
Yeah.
Norway is going back as well.
See that many of the runners a bit more up in the picture are together, even though they don't have the same control, all of them. Very good approach there from the Finland second team, although she has to go a bit more up.
For me, this is a...
Now you see Switzerland is a bit off direction there towards the B control.
They should pick up that long spur, that long hill.
Yeah, but she could have had that a bit easier, just following the vegetation border boundary.
But those two, Norway and Sweden, two teams we thought who could be in contention for medals.
Yeah, now Sweden is also missing the control now.
Yeah. How decisive do you think is that miss there for those teams?
It's very hard to say. It's the first control in the relay. I think there will be very few teams getting through the whole relay without doing any mistakes. But I mean, this one is quite a big one. And of course, it's important for the runners to get into the competition in a good way, to get some self-confidence, and they are totally off now. They're all on their own, and you can see that Switzerland will very soon be all on their own as well. Very much off direction. I think she believes that she's more down in the picture.
Making a parallel error there, I think.
Same with Great Britain. That will be difficult as well to get back.
Let's have another look then. So Norway has C, Ukraine and Sweden have A. So Ukraine also with a mistake as well. We didn't see them on the tracking there. Oh, but she realizes, I think. Yeah, Elena Petrimova realizes.
You see that Sweden, when they go back, but
she didn't. She didn't find the control.
She was very close there. But as I said, it's very, very dense there. Sometimes you can be like 5 meters away from the control. If you're a bit unlucky and maybe not 100% sure where the control should be located, then it's very hard to find it. And you see that Switzerland now seems they've gotten control again. Here they are coming to this first TV control in this semi-open area. And you see they almost disappear in the bushes.
This is quite similar to how it was in the open areas yesterday. The part in the open area with the marsh is actually much more runnable, much better. But this is really, really tough.
See that there is Finland in the lead. I think it was the Finnish second team. See, it's quite a big lead here. Yeah, it's more than half a minute, I guess. And this is the big group behind.
And from the hill behind that control, you can see the next control.
Yeah, you can see that the object, the tree where it's located at.
And you've got to go through the marsh, but... And when you're in it, it is tricky to run through, but when you're with everybody and you're pushing through, you kind of really manage to make some progress, and I think that's what they're doing to catch up.
That's exactly what I was talking about. I mean, it's quite easy to break away, but then it's hard to keep the lead, because if you just get stuck at one point, then the others are there again, and you see that she almost lost half a minute here.
So Finland in 1 and 2, Ida Haapala, Mia Nittinen in there. Denmark up there as well, second Norwegian team. So the Swedish team is in that group. We've lost the Swiss team though. We've lost the Norwegians. We've lost Sweden too. Spain doing well to be up there, the third Danish team. Horchichkova, I think we saw maybe make a little mistake, but we saw her actually up towards the leaders with Lena Strand at the start. But let's have a look what's happened. These are ones who all had the B control, and I think we're going to compare what some of the others managed to do. So fantastic work from Horchichkova, who absolutely nailed that control, and then Serena Kiberts realised just before
she lost almost 1.5 minutes here, and then you can see when they enter this open area, semi-open area, we've seen that before, so about 1.5 minutes. So here she is, Ukskoski for the third Finnish team. So
Cecilia Anderson, and here's the Norwegians, Anna
still
Drinkhorn.
waiting for Switzerland. Here she is.
So 1.5 minutes.
I mean, it's not really the time gap that's the problem at the moment. It's that she's not in this leading group anymore, and it was a very big leading group. So, yeah. So now it's, I mean, the chance that you have the same control as someone else at the next forking is like lower, and it's just getting more and more difficult. And we are talking about the 4th control in this relay competition. So it's a very tough start for Switzerland. But on the other hand, I mean, would this have happened on the last leg, yeah, it would be over maybe.
Yeah.
But now they have a lot of time to, maybe regain some positions. But it's a tough start.
A very tough start. And this white that they're going through now is not the nicest white in the world at all. It's actually...
maybe by now it is, because they are behind the group.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. What's Grace doing? Oh,
and
whoa!
The third Swiss team, Binarou, having problems there as well.
Elisa Risby having more mistakes.
Big problems there.
Having to bail out to the road.
Yeah.
So she's made Melissa Risby has missed to number 1 and to number 2.
And I think the self-confidence there might have disappeared in the green area.
Also 125 behind. So 2 very strong.
Yeah, really surprising to see them so far down, and now you
looks
get the
good
change.
for Sweden. They are on track to the E control, maybe heading a bit much south now. Here it's a total change in terrain again. It's much more open. It's quite enjoyable to run there.
Yeah, you can actually see some of these shapes, especially the spur with the boulder on. Like, that's quite obvious when you head up there, and it's, yeah, this is the nicest bit of the forest, I would say. Finland too, having to kind of change direction a bit so they're not dragged across to the other one. That's Ida Happala, I think. Yep.
She's quite on track. Switzerland may be heading into the terrain a bit early, but as we said, it's quite open there. Small mistake there, Czech Republic.
And you want to try and get in that marsh, so you know you're going to be in that long kind of huge re-entrant basically in the depression, and then looking for the boulders on the side of there. But then obviously you've got a lot further to go for the next bit.
Here is Lisa Risby. You can see, you can almost feel the lack of self-confidence there.
Yeah. This is really tough to try and work back from here.
Is it Poland?
It looks like it was a Polish kit.
That's Finland and Sweden. Norway. Finland.
Norway 2. Yep. Czech Republic.
Horchichkova. We have Austria.
Spain.
Switzerland. Second team.
And Ukraine as well. Ukraine second team. Denmark, 2 Danish runners together. And France as well. So that was the common control. So Finland and Sweden right up, but still pretty close at this point. All of these runners together, everybody who's managed to keep it clean so far, still kind of running similar speeds and keeping quite close to each other as we follow through to this this control. And there's quite a lot of the terrain does change quite a lot just on this one leg. You've got different parts of kind of fallen trees, and some of it's actually, you know, the running's not too bad at all, but it's kind of a stick on your compass bearing and tick some things off.
And of course, I mean, this was a shorter option there for Sweden, so they're now in the lead. But this will be fixed then on the second and third leg. See there, Norway coming into the picture, and also Switzerland. The gap before at the first TV control was 120 and 125.
And most of the runners seem to be staying on the same kind of line, apart from Finland, who, I mean, it's very much seems to be doing her own thing on this race.
She's coming into a little bit of the greener area there. The marshes in this point, they are quite good. Here we have this control.
Here we go. Yep.
Sweden.
We can tell they're probably all approaching this from a little bit further to the south or the southwest, but managed to take a gap there. Tone Bergerud-Lea had a really good run yesterday, so we thought she may have been a potential option for the first Norwegian team, but she is in still a very, very competitive second team for them. Ana Isabel Toledo Navarro from Spain, working really hard to be in that group. It's really great to see, and really 15 runners all in here together. That's pretty impressive for me.
That's a Swedish 13, Josefin Kärnlund. And interesting now to see if the gap is getting bigger between those teams here and Norway and Switzerland.
It looked maybe like it was closing a little bit. What was it? It was 124.
Yeah, but I mean, they had Sweden had a shorter option there to this forking. So let's see, it was 120, 125.
But Mia Nittinen from Finland won, dropped down to being 29 seconds down, and she was right with Lena Strand at the previous control. So just running that different route, you can see her doing her own thing, and she's dropped back 10 places.
Estonia.
Yeah, it was great to see them take a medal yesterday. And now they run out then back towards the arena for this arena passage. And, you know, here some of the runners can really maybe start to put their foot down and see what they can do before they head back out into the terrain for another time.
I think we could just see a glimpse as well that there was a small mistake by Switzerland. So now we got the punch there from Switzerland at the second TV control, and also Norway. The gap is 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Ooh, so they've lost another 45 seconds. But there's still lots of orienteering to go. And we saw lots of mistakes already. This looks like one of those horrible kind of controls that you can be within 5 meters of and not see, such as the green around here. It's really tough. But they're all making their way towards the arena run through now. We can see just a few runners in there, in that section. I'm not sure that's the leaders though. trying to go direct. And here they go through this arena passage. I thought maybe Lena Strand had got a little bit of a gap, but no, she's not managed to make it. And there are loads of runners still together, just over halfway through this first leg. Really fantastic to see. And then they're going to turn over their maps and get ready for part number 2. And I'm sure all these runners will be really glad to know that they're in this pack, they're in this group. I mean, we know it's always a classic thing that you say in a relay. You can't win the relay on first leg, but you can lose the relay on first leg. So they will know that they've just done their jobs really well so far. They're in with this leading group. That is all you can ask, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're within this half minute, that's totally fine. Also, if you hand over on your leg within 1 minute, that's still okay. But I mean, now they have to refocus. They have been in this green area. Now they know how it looks like there. They will be warned, even though it's not as green on this second loop as it was on the first one. But still, it's a tricky start. And yeah, a few of them might have noticed that runners have missed there, or they had some problems on the first loop. So now they will be extra careful, I guess.
Yeah, there's much less forking though on this second loop, and you can see already, you know, they're heading out pretty much the same direction that we saw them, a similar direction to what we saw right at the start of the relay. They're going to head this far south, and some of them are bailing out to the open area where there's a track, I think, as well,
and
making their way through there.
Now we had also Switzerland and Norway, the arena passage, and now they're a bit closer again, 2 minutes, the gap. Just 2:16 before.
There we go, there we see them through here. So the gap has closed a little bit. I'm sure the two of them will be working hard together, but Anna Drykorn is really leading them out. We saw her, you know, become, maybe she's becoming a new fixture in the Norwegian sprint relay team, so it's great to see that she is also part of the first Norwegian team for the forest relay as well. I'm sure she's a name we'll hear a lot about in the future. And you can see this is the challenge. There's a few more paths in this section. There are these few controls. There's no forkings, there's no gaffling at all. So, but of course they won't know that. They will guess that a lot of the time on the second loop there are fewer forkings, but you never quite know what exactly the challenge will be.
And of course, for the runners behind, it would be better if there would be forkings here. I mean, of course they don't know, but I mean, if everyone is going the direction you plan to go, then it's quite an easy guess that at least this control is the same.
Yep, there's the control. And you can just jump on this train. And I wonder now whether they will get bomb out to the path, whether they will go straight. And here are the second leg runners warming up, just getting ready, trying to figure out where they might be heading off. Trying to get focused and ready for their leg. Again, they'll want to try and keep it clean, not take too many risks, and again, just try and stay with that leading pack if they can.
They seem to go. Yeah, it's hard to say if they go in the path or if they go straight. The path is not very big there,
No,
so it's easy to lose it.
Yeah. At least for the first part of that leg, there aren't too many features. You know, there's the marsh and everything, but it's not super intricate contours. But it should be reasonably, you know, they're sticking in the white bit
But
here,
I mean,
and it is easy. I think it's easy to tell when you're in the white.
There's so many runners heading to the same control, so that shouldn't be any problems at all. Any problem at all. Then the 12th control they already had on the first loop was the TV control, second TV control.
So it looks like Finland too, the only ones to go out to the path, or at least the only ones that we can see on the GPS tracking that have gone out to the path. There's 15 teams in this group.
Yeah, but we have seen many own decision by this second Finnish team throughout the course.
But it still looks like it's Lena Strand doing the most active orienteering, I think, out there in the front and fighting hard. It's a position we're kind of used to seeing her in. She wants to try and take control, I think, of this relay.
And then the control after this one will be quite dense again. The runnability will go down.
This Anna Ulvenson, I think, in there for Norway. 3.
No, Sweden. You haven't seen Sweden here yet.
No, you're right. There
Here
she is. Whoa, and 13 teams within those 20 seconds. And we've lost a couple of teams. Has the first Finland team been through? Yeah, they've been through. And here is Sweden 3. That is Josephine Chenlund. So she's maybe dropped off the back of this pack, I think. And then I wonder if we're going to wait here to see if we can see Norway 1 and Switzerland 1 on their way through. But then this part gets really rough in towards control number 13, and then again you're going to be surfing through some green on the next control.
And as closer you run to this green area there, as denser the forest is. So in this part here, I think it's quite a good decision to go a bit more to the left, follow this vegetation border again. And then control 14, it's a forking. And of course, I mean, if you have the G option there, it's quite much faster than if you have to go to
I think it's a
H
big
or I.
advantage, yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, if you have H, those white and yellow stripes in there, the runnability is good, and it's not the kind of green. It's quite an okay green.
It's all relative, isn't it? Let's see who has what. Yeah, a lot of them have got the eye control. That's a little bit further around. Going to be a bit slower, I'm pretty sure. But this is really going to start splitting them up, and I wonder if we'll see a few mistakes, I think, in here.
I don't think we will see so many mistakes. As I said, it's those stripes, those white and yellow stripes, they really help you with the navigation. It's okay, kind of okay runnability, and the visibility it's not these leaves hanging in your face all the time, covering your eyes. So I don't think it's mostly about splitting them time-wise. I mean, it's slower to go to H and I compared to G.
So if you look back at the splits for Control 12, if you've got your eye on them, how were Switzerland and Norway doing?
So they lost a little bit time. They're now 2:36 behind. Or yeah, they're together 2:36, 2:37. So they lost about half a minute in this first part of the second loop. You see that Austria is going all the way around to Control I. Norway quite straight there. So Switzerland, second team, going to I.
It must be pretty dense in that forest though still, because we've lost half of the GPS trackers, I think. Denmark too looking good, because they had the G control back out there as well. And now we can have a look. Mia Nittinen and Maël Beauvais are the two to head out there first.
And I'm sure they had this G option there. You can see now how much faster it was.
Yeah.
At least 20 seconds.
A lot faster. Denmark too, they had that G control as well. So it's a surprise to have a forking that has such a big time difference towards the end of the course for me.
Yeah, it's a surprise for me as well.
I mean, normally they like to keep the teams, you know, running similar distances.
But I mean, if you look back,
but it's going to make it an exciting relay.
But
we
earlier
know
on the same leg, on the first loop, you had quite big difference in the first forking there as well. So it's kind of leveling up. It's just that they are so far apart each other that surprises, and that it's towards the end. So we'll have that forking on the last leg as well.
Yeah, we will. We will. Okay, so only 5 teams through at this point. Here's Lena Strand.
She lost about a minute here, more than a minute. But as we said, it's most likely due to the forking.
And now that big group together, a minute and a half down. That's a huge gap. That's a huge gap in a forking. So you know, when we go into the end, we've got to keep an eye on who has which controls and who has the opportunity to catch up some time.
But of course, if you can choose, then you want to have the longest option on the first leg and not on the third leg, because now you have some backs between the leaders and your team, and then it's easier to just regain some time.
Oh, is that mistake there from France? And then it's quite a strange
it's
route
very
from the second to last control to the last control.
I mean, it's very dense out there. It's bushy and it's dense, and I think it might be an option to go around to the right here, because it slows it down. But at the same time, I mean, always when it's bushy, it's just bushy until we had the first runners through. So I think on the last leg, it's definitely a good option to go straight.
I just think it'll be interesting if we have 2 teams at the end fighting neck and neck. Do they go the same way? Do they go different ways? Does someone try and take a risk? My gut says they'll probably go the same way.
If they are confident in if both are confident in their skills in the last meters, then they will keep together, I'm sure.
So they've got to fight their way out of this green. In fact, you can see, I think, the first couple of runners there making their way between these 2 ponds.
Now we had Switzerland punching that control as well, 3 minutes and 3 seconds behind, but we don't really know which forking she had. And I mean, this, if you compare them now, for example, to Sweden, the gap is actually only 1 minute and 40 seconds. But if you compare it to, yeah, of course, Finland, first team, then you have this 3 minutes. So it's very much depending on the forkings.
So now we've got 3 teams having crossed here, and I think, was it Finland too that was in the lead at that point?
We had Finland 1 in the lead.
Finland 1 in the lead, yes, you're right. Mia Nittinen was in the lead, which, I mean, Team Finland have been performing incredibly well these championships. I think are, you know, medal potential in both the men's and the women's relays.
They have their strongest runners left now in the second and third leg. Now we had also Norway, Anne Dyrkorn, punching that control, 3 minutes 57 seconds behind.
Okay, this is the last control here, and Mia Nittinen is here. She's got a gap. She has managed to lead the way on this first leg, and that forking towards the end really playing into her advantage. But she's actually taken quite a few of her own routes. She's been aggressive, and she has wanted to do her own thing. She's kept out of trouble, which is the real key, of course, on this relay. So Mia Nittinen is going to hand over to the bronze medalist from the long distance, Marika Taini. They have gold and bronze medalist Venla Haju on the last leg for Finland, so fantastic work from them. It is longer than the expected winning time for this one as well. You've got to grab the right map, hand it over, and then we have Norway 2 with Tone Bergerud-Lia, fantastic run. She's going to hand over to Ingrid Lundenes, and Denmark 1 it was in the end. Denmark 1, so Malin Egevik Christiansen handing over to Cecilia Friberg-Klusner, who looked like she was the best of the Danes in this terrain.
Yeah, and I mean, she's a strong runner, so they can definitely perform well here on the second leg as well.
Now here's this next group. They all had the longer forkings, but they were all really a big pack for a long part of this first leg of the relay. And it looks like it's Lena Strand leading the way. She's going to hand over to Sarah Hagström, who had a really great result in the long distance, wasn't entered for the middle distance, so she's got maybe some fresh legs there. Norway 3 in there, 2 of the Danish teams in the top 6. That's really fantastic stuff for them, especially considering their individual performances as well. Switzerland 2 is in there. Sweden 3, and just lots of handovers there. The Czech team, Vendila Hočičková, was going to hand over as well. They're just going to find their map and hand over. And France, when we saw Melboville was right in the front, and then a mistake, I think, after that TV control.
It was her chance here to change over in the very lead, but then she missed this second last control.
Sandra Gosberger, they are taking their maps and will hand over there to Elsa Kuser. So behind Marika Taini then from Finland 1.
Here is Switzerland, the last meters. It's not that big anymore.
No, she's actually managed to close a little bit of the gap. It was 3 minutes, 3:15 or something. So she's actually worked really hard to be able to catch that up. Oh, it's the wrong map. Oh, well, at least they noticed.
Well done by Elena Roos.
Yeah, really good job from Elena Roos.
You see how important it is to really show the map with the start number and the leg number on it to the next runner.
And Elena Roos it's good that they can see the board where they're changing over. She could see that Serena Jenser
it's also something
taken the wrong one. Yeah.
You learn very early when you start running competitions in junior squads and even in youth teams, that's the way you have to hand over the map so the next runner sees the number and the leg, just to be not only to have one responsible person. I mean, it can also be an organizer's mistake to have the wrong map at the wrong place.
Yes.
So it's not only to see if you're too tired, like in this case, to hand over the right map. It's also to avoid mistakes by the organizers. Now
Yeah, but good spot there from Elena Roos.
Good, looks good for Finland. I mean, this first one, it shouldn't really be a big problem. It's just it's not really that you run for a longer distance in the green and have then to find the contour. It's really that you can run in the open, wide part and then enter the green a few meters and find the control. I think the second control is much more difficult.
Yeah, you've got a longer part of the map in the green. There are a fair few features kind of at the beginning and the end of the leg, but there's a little bit of a gap in the middle where it's just kind of flat and there's not really much going on, and you know, when it's hard to stay on your compass bearing and it's hard to see the features, you've really got to kind of use a strategy and have a plan B and a plan C in order to get to the control smoothly.
Now we had also Norway to the changeover, 3:59 behind.
So losing some more time in that last section, certainly. But it seems to be pretty straightforward, at least on this control, for most of the runners here. Although we've got,
France.
yeah, I was going to say France is heading towards the A control, and just everybody in that group is heading. Everybody else is heading towards B, or at least the ones we can see on the GPS tracking anyway.
Latvia is going a bit off direction towards, and you see Elena Roos here hesitating a bit.
She's got the C control, so maybe going to try use the edge of the marsh and maybe stay in the whiter section of the forest to be able to get through there. And
maybe heading a little bit much towards this B control. She could keep a bit more up in the picture to get this yellow area that just besides the path, and then get the marsh, and because then the control taking is very easy.
But of course, the GPS is a bit behind the pictures, so I think we saw her cross the track as we started following her, and she's made that direction change and looking pretty good. So Norway 3 made a bit of mistake, maybe heading towards the C control, now having to go back. France also doing a little turn and going towards the A control.
You can also see that in the lead there, it looks good for all three teams, Denmark, Finland and Norway. Second team, still on track to B or C control.
But no real problem there for Elena Roos, got the C control quite well. I think she, we saw her kind of pause on the path and really check what she was doing.
Norwegian third teams, big problems there. We're at control C, I guess. So Latvia, which they are at control B now, they have to go to C. That's really off direction.
Yeah.
France had problems finding the first control.
And then we know those who
we
had
see also
B
Finland
the first
is
time. Yeah, it's the same mistake that we saw
Sarina
Kuberts do, yes.
Yeah, and also Denmark and Norway, they're not on the way to their option now. I mean, this is now opening up again for the teams behind. Sweden seem to have quite good direction there.
It seems this B control is like one of the hardest ones. You see most people make mistakes on that, just to try and stay in the line.
I mean, I think the A control is the easiest one, because then you can go out and you can follow this this white bit a bit for a few meters, but then C is in the middle of the green and B is in the middle of the green. You can see now that Elena Roos chooses to go to the path to avoid struggle there. Might be a good option. We haven't really seen that before.
And now we need to watch out for Finland, because she needs to realize that's not the right control.
I think they realized it. They're not on the way to the next control, at least.
Well, it's none of their controls.
B, Sweden, they are on a good way here.
So Norway 2 and Denmark and Finland.
Looks
That's
good
not the control for any of them.
No, looks good for Czech Republic as well. Oh, Denmark is really off direction. Cecilia Friberg-Klusner, Finland as well. They have a big group there now coming together with Swiss first team and Swiss second team, Swedish third team.
And there are a lot of people who've got this B control who are all completely offline.
I'm really a little bit surprised because this vegetation border is really something you can see, and you should really be aiming for this to get this.
Maybe Denmark has the tactic of, Team Denmark got the tactic of, if you don't know where you are, bail out to something else and come back in again.
It's the same as we have seen Lisa Risby, I think Martina Ruch has done it as well on the first leg. Finland still, they don't have control of, maybe they approached control now from this path. Switzerland.
Remember that Elena Rus came out to the path and coming back in, so really simplifying, I think.
I think soon we have them at the third control, the first team, but Sweden a little bit off direction there as well.
That's kind of a surprise because it's quite easy to see in this terrain, to be honest.
But this...
Adela Finstrelova, I think, from the Czech Republic, is the first to make it to that control. Alongside, I think it's Denmark, and it must be Denmark
second
2.
Team. Yeah, we haven't seen
Annika
Sweden here in the picture. There she is.
There she is.
Lost a few seconds here, but now it's those 3 teams in the lead.
It's all changed once again. These first 2 controls are proving to be a nightmare for some people, but I guess this is what we said. You know, after the first leg, it doesn't. There's still a lot of orienteering to go after you mess up on the first leg. Everything can change again. I think
it's definitely a very good approach to attack the controls as we have seen Elena Rose doing it. When you see that it's a tricky area, you have a control right in the middle of the green. Try to make it easy by just using this path. But of course, we don't really know if she found the control in the end. We might get.
Let's see what happens.
So this is the big group going to the wrong
Sweden
direction.
sticks along the vegetation boundary, really good there. Czech Republic and Denmark, they did that right. That's why we've seen them mistake coming up from
you can see
Sweden.
The mistake for Sweden here, just getting too much down in the picture.
Oh.
I mean, this is a time loss of about 20 seconds.
A big time loss for Finland.
Yeah.
She still hasn't found it. We're now live with the trackings, and this is big loss for Marika Taney. It's such a big loss that I'm literally writing down the word big on my notes, because that is tough.
You might add loss as well. But it's been interesting to see if Elena Rose found the control, but we might see her soon in the picture.
Yeah, so we've had 3 runners that we've seen through this point. We might have missed a couple of others, but now, no, that's none of them.
Czech Republic.
And is this Denmark as well? Cecilia Friberg-Klusner, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like her. Who we both saw make those mistakes then. And Cecilia Friberg-Klusner bail out the path.
There is Elena Rose as well coming into the picture. I mean, if you just look at the position, she's now very much more high up in the result list, but the gap is still very big. Oh, and there's a second runner as well. You can see her in the green.
So she's gone up to maybe 6th place now.
The gap at the changeover was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Now it's quite much more.
Oh, looking good. I was going to say, I think
but
there isn't that there aren't no,
there.
yeah.
Small one.
quite strange because you can see all the, when you have the sponsor signs, like it makes the whole controller a lot easier to see, I thought. But then actually, this is a control you can see from the previous hill,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
actually you can't see when you're really close.
But you don't see the control itself, you see the tree where the control is located. And this is Marion Abbey, so it wasn't Elena Rose coming.
Okay.
See here, this is Switzerland, off direction there together with France. Avoiding this yellow bit.
Ooh. I see, I really...
And then she misses the control. She punched now, 3 minutes and 4 seconds behind.
And this was others in that group who did the same thing, especially the French team I noticed.
Yeah.
So Ingrid Lundenez,
and
Cécile Galandry. And now we can see there's a big gap.
Denmark, they have to go to the D control, so don't follow all the way to F. And first Danish team, they have the fastest option here now. You know, that's Sweden. They had it on the first leg.
And next time we'll catch up with the runners will be control number 6. As we see more, this is Marika Taney here on the picture, and alongside Latvia as well, and I think is another of the Norwegians. They're Norwegian first team actually. That is Maria Olausen. And devastating stuff for Team Finland, who were of course leading at the end of leg 1. So a mistake of well over 4 minutes then for Marika Taney, and that's going to be really hard to catch up. So those 14 teams who we saw kind of within a couple of minutes of each other are really spread now.
Wonder if Denmark's punched the control. It's hard to say from the GPS. At least she's heading into the right direction, maybe heading out to this vegetation boundary.
But this is a 6th control. And Adela Finstralova is in there, Sarah Hagström. These two maybe got a little bit of a gap now on the Danish team because of those different forkings, but we will wait and see the Danes through. Annika Simonsen we're looking for Denmark too.
And for her it's of course a tough situation. The only one not having this the same control as the other two in the group, and of course she would have liked to be together with Sarah Hagström.
Yeah, I think we've really shown that being in a group is good for other races this week, but also this relay as well. You know, it's the whole. You just see more, and maybe it can give you some confidence to know, yeah, someone else is also going in this direction as well. I'm not losing my mind.
Here she is. Missing the control a little bit.
Where is it?
It's there. So close.
So we will wait and camp out this control.
I mean, this is really the tricky thing when you just miss it by a few meters. Then it's so hard to relocate. But actually in this section here it's a bit easier because you see a few of the contours around you. See it here. See it in just on top of the picture there. I don't think she's been at the control yet. Here she is. That's Cecilia Friberg-Kliesner though.
Yep, so Denmark 1 coming up to overtake Denmark 2. Still Team Denmark in 3rd, either way you look at it. And maybe we can now see the second team.
Still down there.
No, she's still somewhere there. And here are the two leaders, but Sarah Hagström's actually got a little bit of a gap now on Finstralova. at this, just the 18 seconds, the 8 seconds, sorry, but that might be when it's dark enough, basically.
But I mean, soon they will get to the arena passage, so then they will see each other again,
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, that's Simonsen, who's gone through the previous control. Control number 6, this is her mistake.
It's just not really
she was so
patient
close.
enough. Then you can see Friberg Klusner coming from the south. Kind of showing her the control.
Yeah, they pass each other pretty much. But that's a good, it's quite an obvious feature to relocate off, I think, that one.
See here, Switzerland 2. Switzerland 1 had the D control. Have they been there?
Yeah, I think they had been there, yeah. They looked like they were approaching it a little bit too far to the south, but it looks like they've all managed to make that happen. But look at the gap now for those two leading teams after just a few controls on this second leg.
So here they are, Elena Roos. I think there should be another Swiss team in between that we haven't seen, Marion Abbey.
Here's Klusner, and she's managed to catch up into 3rd place. But gosh, 2 minutes. Considering so many teams together at the run-through, we're now 2 minutes behind. But I think you've always got to factor in that forking towards the end of each leg. You really have to factor that in. You kind of don't really know how it's going to all play out until you've done those forkings, because it can really bring the teams back together again. And now there's the big chasing group from 5th onwards. Actually, can they work together to try and catch up on the 2 Danish teams at least?
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course they can work together there or work together, but I mean, it's a big group, so it's an advantage. But to come back to the forking, I mean, Sweden in the lead, and I think they have had the slowest option there already. So this makes at the forking towards the end. So this makes the lead even bigger for them compared to the ones that had this shorter option at least. Gap between this chasing group before was around 3 minutes, so it's growing now. And they have still a few meters to go.
Well, relays are always fairly chaotic, but this seems to be one of the more chaotic relays we've seen, and I think that's not a surprise from what we know about the terrain. And this is the group then through, I think, the 7th control. The gap's now about 4 minutes. Vesterland's in there. She had a really good run yesterday. From being the first starter, I think. So impressive stuff from her. And this group are all working really, really well. But here are the 2 leaders. And they've grouped back up together again. Sarah Hagström and Finstralova as well. Adela Finstralova. 2 very experienced runners. They won't be put off by this experience. And
it's a pity. It's just a few meters to go to the control.
Oh, okay. This is yep. This is the control before the arena passage. And for Team Denmark, we were kind of talking about the Danish team last night and saying they'd. Oh, hang on, I want to see this first.
Oh, that's a big mistake. Marion Abbey.
Whoa.
That's kind of surprising. I mean, she's in the middle of the green area there, And you really should see that vegetation boundary there. So
I don't even know what to say about that one.
It should stop you, definitely.
Yeah, you'd think that that would be fairly obvious, the vegetation boundary difference there, but maybe not. We're talking a bit about the Danish team and how, you know, they've been preparing so much for the World Championships in Denmark, and, you know, they had some really great performances, top 10 for Jakob Edson, and a good result in the relay, the sprint relay as well. That you can tell the whole team focus for many of them will have been on the sprint. And she's been caught up. So Denmark too been caught up by this group, and now they're all together. That it's so hard when you've been preparing so much for the sprint, especially in a whole World Championships, to kind of shift your focus to the forest. You can, you know, it's really tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough. It's not only, I mean, there's this technical thing where you change from the sprint discipline to the forest, but it's also kind of they prepared so long for this World Championships on home soil that after it, I mean, it's like mentally, it's quite a hard task to refocus on the next one. But they performed really well in this relay here. They have two teams quite high up the result list. So,
well, maybe it's not a surprise we see Cecilia Friberg-Klusner doing really well of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't running walk, but at the same time she had the same focus towards walk, and she had the disappointment then of not being able to run, so I don't think how easy it is to refocus after that. But obviously, I mean, she had a good long
when
distance.
She knew she wasn't selected, she had maybe more time to prepare for,
and she had
very
good
races.
She had very good selection races back in Denmark before this competitions here, and she had a good 11th position from the long distance. I mean, she missed this second control, but on the other hand, I mean, she could have missed it much more. She was way off direction, decided straight away to go around, go down on this road and get back, and time loss in the end. Of course, she lost a lot of time, but it could have been more if she would have tried to just fix it in this green area.
So we've seen Cecilia Friberg-Klusner, you can see on the GPS, she's already been running through this arena, but this is the chasing group then, from 4th down to 9th. And Elena Ross is leading the way here anyway.
And the gap is just about the same as it was at the previous TV control.
They are working so hard through this arena passage. Got to try and get this refocus to go as they head out once more. And the gap, you can see there, Denmark towards the left of picture. The gap is well over 2.5 minutes at this point. But still a lot of orienteering to go.
It's
a lot
rather
of mistakes
easy here.
made. Yeah.
This 10th and 11th control, I mean, they're just 20-30 meters away from a path. Control 12 they've already seen, and there are these yellow bits that help you a lot when you come from this direction. And of course control 13, and then we have this forking at control 14. That's, I mean, there you can lose time, but without doing any mistakes. And we also had Marie Olausen for Norway at the arena passage, 5 minutes and 20 seconds behind.
So behind Cecilia Friberg-Klusner then, as she runs through this terrain. There's almost a few little animal tracks in here. It's actually some of the easiest running on the course, I think. And now she's actually on, I think she's on this path. Then on her way through to the control itself, cross the main track and on this smaller path. So the GPS tracking is behind the camera pictures. So actually Klusner is probably already on the track well on her way to number 10.
Sweden now got away from Czech Republic by about, almost half a minute.
Yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere, that gap. And it's what we were saying now, that maybe the 8 seconds wasn't enough of a gap to kind of lose sight of each other, but 30 seconds.
But of course, I
very
mean,
well.
in this part here, 8 seconds might be enough to get away. And once she's away, was kind of to expect that the gap will grow, because she was in the lead most of the time. Now Czech Republic also bit.
Maybe some direction mistake,
Yeah.
and you can see just her speed has dropped as well. So this is the group who are chasing from 4th onwards. You can see in this picture, again, all heading down this track on the way to the 10th control. And I wonder if they will start, if they have the possibility, if they have the chance to kind of eat into that bronze medal position and into that 3rd spot.
So Hagström should have punched now at control 12. Czech Republic now getting back on direction. Here she is, but she lost a lot of time here just on these 2 first controls. Almost a minute.
And you could almost tell there, like, when you're running with somebody else and you've got their back, it just that motivation, just kind of maybe picking those same routes, and you can stick on the back. But once you lose someone, you can lose a lot of time quickly with
Yeah,
not
I mean,
really a huge mistake.
Like every time you've seen in the picture, it was Sara Hagström leading the group, and it's something different if you just check if the runner in front of you has the same control or goes into the right direction, or if you actively have to do the navigation yourself. And this, if you haven't done it for like 20 minutes into a course and then you suddenly have to start doing it, you need some time to adapt and to get back. Maybe you didn't have the chance to build up self-confidence you need in this greener bits, and then you just lose second by second, and it adds up, and then yeah, it's a half minute and a minute.
Yeah, Tove Alexanderson looks like she's going to go out in the lead. How do you reckon she'll be feeling right now?
Well, she will be happy about the lead, I'm sure. But she has not she doesn't have had these races she's used to have, and she's not on the start line with the best of self-confidence. At the same time, I mean, this is what she likes. This head-to-head and relay, she has the best possible position as it looks so far, so I don't think this will be a bigger problem. I would be surprised if she would do a very, very big mistake, because the thing is also that she knows about the gap. She's seen it on the arena passage, and this means that she can put in some extra safety, and I think she might do that in a relay, but she wouldn't do it in an individual race, and that's kind of the difference. So it would surprise me if we would see a very big mistake by her. But I mean, we have seen a lot of things happening here, so let's see.
Look, and these 3 leading teams all have the shorter gaffle here at control number 14, the shorter forking. So it means, well, they don't have it on the last leg. If it's going to come down to that, they do have to go a little bit further on the last
And now
leg.
Denmark is off direction there. To control 12. Surprises me a bit, because you have this re-entrant and you have the yellow bit. You have the street just before you can use. She came down from this depression. This is the chasing group.
Yep,
Ingrid.
Ingrid Lundenes there. Annika Simonsen, who was, of course, in the 3rd place. And they've caught up, they've overtaken Klusner.
Yeah.
Eleanor Ross also in that group, Calandry as well.
This group has lost a few seconds.
2 Finns still in that group. Ooh. And now the fight for bronze is on. Let's have another look at Denmark in green.
She comes down this depression just before the street, and then she goes over. There's a re-entrant you can follow up. You get the help from the yellow bits. It's really not the control, and you have been at this control before. It's really not the control you should miss on this course.
But I guess she made a parallel mistake. There's a couple of depressions in there before you cross the road.
You should not do a parallel mistake if you just leave the road 5 meters before. That's really, you have to use that bit and that part to, if you're not 100% sure, just to double check it.
Oh, mistake from Norway. Maybe, hard to tell, but Sweden, we've already seen Sarah Hagström through this control number 15 where we had the TV camera, and it just looks like the gap's growing for her. Denmark, Klusner still making her way back towards the 12th control as everybody else heads out. Here she is then, and she has dropped back. She will be gutted with that. I think she probably will have known what position she was in when she came through the arena, and really dropping down now. So, Adela Finstralova, she will hand over to Teresa Yanashikova, who we saw at the changeover there, just warming up, and she's probably performed the best of all the Czech athletes this championships. She was in the top 10. I think she was 10th in the long distance race, and not a bad result either, I think, in the middle distance. So she's going to be really, really up for
yeah,
this.
and I mean, it's a perfect position for her as well. She's chasing the Swedish team. She has no pressure to catch them, because it would be a very big surprise, and the lead over this group, chasing group, is quite big. So if she just keeps her stuff together, keeps calm, and focuses on her task, then she can do this and get this home. But I mean, it's tricky, and she also knows that the others have done mistake. But in order to avoid the mistakes, that's exactly the thing you have to do. You have to put in some extra seconds here. It's not very difficult, or yeah, of course it's challenging, but it's totally doable if you don't overpace it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now check. She's.
It's just. I think that's just an interesting route choice.
You could. I mean, the yellow there towards these two yellow stripes. The runnability is just very, very good, and you can see that when you run on this road. So now she has to. I think she will lose a few seconds, and the control is a little bit more difficult. But I mean, she won't. Well, I shouldn't say anything right now. But I don't think she will miss it, because you have these vegetation boundaries, and they lead you to the control. But she might get a bit stuck there in this green area, and it would have been very good in this yellow bit, just a bit to the east. Let's look at the group behind. Switzerland going to H, now on the way to G, as it looks.
Finland too's got G, I think, the brown country underneath.
But G is good when
G
you're there.
Good.
And I don't think it's a problem for Switzerland as well. I mean, you come from this direction anyway. Is there any team with Norway? I think Switzerland had it on the first leg. Oh, maybe not. She might have caught.
Oh, we didn't see,
a few
did
seconds. No, we didn't see it.
No, because they were too far behind at that point.
Now she's heading towards I there with Finland 3. The whole group. That's a mistake.
This is a mistake. And now they turn back. Maybe they can see the marsh and everything.
I mean, if you execute it like the Finnish third team there, then you have big advantage compared to the others. And here's Sarah Hagström.
Yeah, Sarah Hagström's just on. I mean, the two Swedish runners so far have kept it pretty clean as far as you can go. I guess some mistakes going into the feld area towards the start, but really it looks like Sarah Hagström was able to apply this pressure to the Czech Republic and just make that gap. You know, she's so physically strong as well, and just managed to take that gap, and now she's going to hand over then to the 17-time world champion. She hands over to Tove Alexandersson, and she will have a big gap here, but it has not been Tove Alexandersson's championships at all.
So
Anything
far.
can happen. So far.
Let's see here. No problem for the Finnish second team, but then this whole group with many teams that would have needed to go to H followed Finland towards Control I. And that's a time loss, of course.
So here's Czech Republic, Adela Vincelova working really hard to go up and over this bridge, and she's going to hand over to her teammate Teresa Janashikova, who I think will be hopefully full of confidence after some great individual performances these championships. She's only about 23, is Teresa Janashikova, but she's been on the team for such a long time. She is already full to brim with experience, so she gets the right map, hands it over to her teammate, and Janashikova just has to try and maintain that position, I think.
She kept it very well together here. Vincelova, just after the arena passage, she lost a minute within 2 controls, but in the end now here and finish, it's still this minute, so she kept it really well together on these last controls. Look at that, they lose a lot of time here, 6 minutes behind.
And
it went from 4 minutes to 6 minutes.
Yeah, Finland too managed to make it happen, managed to make it work. But here's the leader, here's Tove Alexandersson, and I think we're used to seeing a Tove Alexandersson who's absolutely full of confidence. She knows that she has figured out how to orienteer on the terrain. She knows she's physically strong and everything, but I think that she's just gonna not have the confidence that she normally does on this terrain because she's not competed as well, and it's how she deals with that. She is a true champion, and I'm sure she'll be able to, of anybody, take a few subpar performances and be able to turn it around for a relay. If anybody can, she can. But you see in here just how difficult it is to see the different landforms, to see the different contours as well.
But this is actually the easiest of the controls, as it seems. It looks as if she's running to the C control. This one just beside the marsh. Don't know if she needs it, but she looks as if she's running towards it at least. Because she's all running around this green bit.
Right, here is the 3rd place team then. Finland 2, getting it right in the green at the end where it really, really matters. And Eni Jalavart's going to hand over to Anu Tuomisto here in the bronze medal position. And really great running here, was in with this pack the whole way around, doing a lot of the hard work, and big smiles here because Finland's team 1 have made mistakes, but team 2 are ready and they've kept it very, very solid and very clean around here. We know the Finns have really enjoyed this terrain. They performed really, really well. Maybe we weren't expecting the second team to be in this position.
I don't know if they enjoyed it, but they performed well
yeah,
at least.
Okay. It's hard terrain to enjoy, but she will hand over now, take the correct map. Look how far back on the map board it is for the second team, and handing over then to Anu Tuomisto then for that team. Here's Cecilia Friberg-Klusner, who's managed to catch up now after being in 3rd place. I wouldn't really see how she managed to catch up there, but that's really good.
Many of the others did a big mistake at the forking. Maybe she had the fastest control there.
So Cecilia Friberg-Klusner handing over to Miri Trana Erdem, and she will be glad she was been able to make up that time after a big mistake then on the control. We just can't remember what number it was, 12 or something like that. I lose track of all the numbers. Ingrid Lundenes, a good run from her for Norway too, making up for some mistakes from their first team. And Finland 3 as well. 2 Finnish teams in the top 6 right now.
There's no one there to change over to. Maybe they don't have a 3rd runner.
It should have been Anna Hattiga.
She's not there at least. She doesn't seem too concerned about that, so maybe that's something they planned on beforehand. But here's the chasing group,
And
the big group.
These are those who made this mistake then here. Norway, it's Switzerland, but look, they are 5 minutes down. More than 5 minutes down, they're 6 minutes down by the time they get the change as
We
well.
should maybe start to compare them to the bronze medal, so then the gap is 2 minutes. They are sending out the European champion in the Middle East, Team Switzerland.
Yes, so Norway, Andrina Benjaminsen gets handed out there. Simona Abersold, of course, you just mentioned, the new European champion. Lots of instructions there and lots of words as the Danish team hands over as well. That's the second Danish team. But here's Teresa Janashikova in second place currently for the Czech Republic. And just making her way through to the first couple of controls. We saw... You can see how it gets between the white and the green here. This is very kind of typical for this area. It's, you know, it's not, there's nothing scratchy in there, but you just can't really see anything. Okay, and this is actually how she headed out then, which is a good choice, I think, if you have the A control.
I mean, it's just what she should do in the position she is in, because why should she take any risks towards this second control? Where many of the teams, I mean, you can really see it on the map that this one is going to be a challenging task. So I think it's totally fine to go out there, especially if you have a lead of like 3 minutes to the chasing group.
Yeah.
So well done so far.
Minimize your risks. Really, really minimize your risks. This is the team in third. I mean, you really can't see anything. She just looks in there. Let's have a look at the Czech. Oh,
small mistake,
but not too much. That's pretty impressive to keep a mistake like that so small.
Bigger mistakes than this one. This is Tove Alexandersson towards the first TV control.
Do you think the first leg runners will have a different approach compared to the third leg runners because of the number of tracks that will be there? Because you can see Alexandersson just dropping into one of the tracks.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can now try to optimize your micro route choices towards the control, especially in a control like this where you see the objects from far away. Generally, I think as well, I mean, it's a totally different thing to run a first leg compared to a third leg. Everyone is starting at the same time, guaranteed, in the first leg, and you don't really know about your starting position on beforehand on the third leg. So it's something, it's much more, at the same time, it's much easier to prepare for the first leg because you know exactly when you start and then what position. At the same time, it's much more stressful because you have so many runners around you and you have no indication of how difficult it is. Because, I mean, if you see on the second leg that many of the teams dropped off, then you can just guess that it's going to be difficult. But you have no indication at all if you run the first leg.
Yeah, it's fairly easy to guess it's going to be difficult based on the last few days. But we're behind Norway now. And Andrina Benjaminsen on her way to who was on the way to the A control. Here we go. Oh, but... Oh, no, it was the right control, I was going to say.
Looks all good here. Denmark, they chose to follow this vegetation boundary for a few steps, but now she's heading into the forest again. Runnability there is really low if you follow the vegetation boundary. Looks good for Finland towards control A. Now Denmark is heading to this other boundary there to get help from this. Good control taking for Switzerland as well. No problems here for the third leg runners.
So far. No, I think it's a lot easier to do this bit when there aren't other people around you, actually. You know, we've seen a lot of people kind of go to the wrong control.
I can see Jana Sikora, she lost more than a minute here. Will be at around 2 minutes time loss.
What was the gap at the end of the second leg?
It's exactly 1 minute. And you can just see that it's not as fast, not as... I don't know, it's not as attacking as Tuve was running.
No, but very few people can be in as attacking as Tuve Alexanderson.
But in this bit here, I mean, you really see where you have to head to, and then you should just put
And
in
there's a track,
everything.
there'll be a track the whole way now. There was a track even when I was
Take the
out
chance
this
when you get
morning.
it to just run fast. So let's see here. No problems for Denmark. Very good control taking. Switzerland on the way. No problem for Finland, second team. Let's see France heading up to the path. No, Finland heading up to the path.
And I wonder maybe when they emerge into that white forest, Denmark and Finland too are going to be quite close together, I think. We'll see them very soon in this open area, and just looking ahead to Sweden.
Yeah,
and Alexandersson's already got the control.
Yeah, I think she had this D control because Strand had E and Hagström F, if I remember right. No problems for Switzerland. And Norway, second team. Denmark, a bit off direction there, the second team.
And we've lost the GPS tracking of the first team, I think, as well. Here's...
Is it Italy?
Yep.
And maybe Australia. Not really teams in the lead here, but I think this is the Finnish team, and she just doesn't see the control. Now she got it.
Now, yep. And Alexandersson, I think that's her just having punched the 6th control. No problems for her. Here's Denmark, yep. I thought maybe those two teams
very,
had been
very
a bit
close
closer.
now to
Ooh.
this.
Oh, here we go, yeah. Oh, I thought she saw the control, but maybe she had to go around a bit. I don't know.
Very close now to the bronze medal. Denmark, where is she now? She disappeared in the bushes.
It's so easy to do that. This is like...
It's so strange. You see them 1 second and then you totally lose them next second. So where did she go?
And you can see the control from further away, and then you get close and you just...
It's just behind a little hill. So if you come from the direction she came, then you don't see the control. I mean, from here you see it very clearly, but from the other direction it's harder to see. But you could think that she was very, very close to Tuomisto, but she wasn't really.
So Tuomisto in there, the gap's still 3 minutes.
You see there, Tuve is really pushing hard. 2 minutes faster than second Finnish team.
But if you see Finland and Czech Republic about the same time on this first part of the leg, so they're maintaining the same gap. Here's Miritrana Erdem in 4th place. But I was going to say there are some others close behind, I think.
Norway.
And this looks like
Benjaminsen,
indeed.
Where is Abersold? She was almost together with Benjaminsen before. Oh, we didn't see her.
It would be quite nice to stay on that one, but hey, here's Alexandersson. She will be on her way to the 7th control. That one that they go to twice. But we'll just keep an eye on the splits for that previous control to see who we see through there.
Yeah, Switzerland wasn't there yet. Norwegian second team was there. Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad. 7 minutes behind, so only 29 seconds behind the Norwegian team. Now Switzerland was there as well.
There we go. Just see her back there, Simona Abersold.
She must have done a mistake.
Let's go back gap to Benjaminsen now is 43 seconds. And you can see the times. Look, really good start of the course from Norway, from Anjuna Benjaminsen. And actually not too bad from the Swiss team, from Abersold, but she really is going to be a bit closer towards
the difference really was that Benjaminsen was so fast and not really that she did a mistake. Maybe now we don't have the Norwegian first team in this. It's not a very good route by the Danish team, I guess. No. It's unnecessary to go into the green when you can avoid it.
But that gap for Alexanderson just seems to be growing and growing and growing. And I think for me, she's got through the trickiest part of the course without any problems. So, but you never know. You never know. Yanashikova then, that was control 6. She's just got to try and keep her focus, keep calm, race her own race here and try not to think about the scale of this occasion and what is at stake here. It's easier said than done. We're going to wait for Tove Alexanderson then here at this control, which is just before the arena passage, in amongst all the yellow and semi-open, and there's some marsh, and it's not very fun there. I think she's actually already been past there, looking at the GPS tracking. But Yanashikova heading straight on to number 7. And we've got Norway now back on this tracking, actually. We haven't got Finland 2 on there, but Norway managing to look really good and overtake Denmark, who I think Miri Trana Erdem getting lost in the green out of control
and you can also see that
really good.
The gap compared to Switzerland is growing and growing. Very good
run
so far
Finland
by Benjaminsen.
So still in the bronze medal position, but I think Norway overtaken though. But Finland
Switzerland has the shortest one. Norway has the one, maybe the slowest one. So there's a chance again for Switzerland to get back.
And Finland too, just got to keep direction here to get that D control though.
Yeah, a bit of direction here. Now we can see that she's slowing down.
Okay, here's Alexanderson, here's the leader. She was given a fantastic lead by Sarah Hagström. And really, oh my goodness me, she's just extending this. And really, really working hard. She's after a little bit of a revenge after her individual races. And she has a fantastic lead here. She's just got to keep it together for these last few controls. And I have every faith that she will do what she normally does. Okay, we wait at the 7th control. We are waiting for the Czech athlete, for Yanashikova, and I can hear her. There she is.
Let's see the gap between Czech team and chasing groups. I think was about 3 minutes.
Found it interesting. She looked over her shoulder there as she punched that control. I wonder if her confidence is not high. Then let's have a look at this. I think we need to pick out Finland 2.
Yeah, and Denmark, you can see that she loses time here. Switzerland and second Norwegian team going to E. Finland, you can see the second team there with a mistake. Now passed by the Swiss and the Danish team, and I wonder if they are together now with Danish.
No, they punched E. Danish team punched E when they realised and come back. Oh, so we'll change.
Let's see if Switzerland and Norway are together, or if Switzerland passed Norway now because of this shorter option.
There's Finland 2. So I wonder if Simona Abersold has already been through and we missed her. Because here's Benjaminson, who we just saw leaving that 6th control. And yeah, it looked like Simona Abersold was ahead. So
you can see in the picture, maybe we can spot her at one point.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see her at control number 7, but it looks like Abersold has managed to leapfrog her way into that
There
point.
she is.
Yep, there she is. Can see it just in the distance, and now into bronze medal position for Switzerland. Denmark still having problems with the D control.
And of course, on the top of the hill there, I mean, the visibility is better, but still it's hard to relocate. Could be a good thing to go out to this vegetation boundary to relocate. Here we have the 2nd Norwegian team and Team Finland.
But here's the Czech team. Oh, she's just trying to find a way out of this area. But still more than a control ahead of those in bronze medal position. Finland too losing a lot of direction here. Maybe losing confidence, trying to bail out to the green, I don't know.
Maybe heading to this little bit more flat area with the marsh. The marsh is quite okay in this area here.
But there's Abersold then.
So now the gap between Janosika and Abersold is 2.5 minutes.
So from controls 4 to 7, I mean, okay, you have a forking in there, so it's different, but you can see that Abersold is the quickest of everybody through
but
that
she
point.
has, as you mentioned, she had the quickest forking as well.
The forkings, the gafflings really playing a part. Oh, and Denmark still hasn't found this control. Oh, it's
in
so
my
close
opinion,
to the Danish team, I think, here.
She
So
does a
close to some
mistake in the
success.
mistake, because she should not head down to the west when she doesn't know where she is, because there's this vegetation boundary has another boundary coming, so you have this different kind of greens which you usually see very well, and it could help her to relocate. And where she is at the moment, she doesn't really get like this clear point to relocate. Maybe she got it now, but from this marsh. Let's see. Now there's a small gap between Switzerland and Norway.
But in silver medal position, it is still the team from the Czech Republic. The gap has grown a lot to Alexanderson, but it's more crucial for Janosíková, the gap back to the bronze medal.
Yeah, but I mean, she has to keep it at around 2 minutes between the bronze medalists, because if she has, I don't know about her forking at the 3rd last control or 4th last control, but we know that it can differ 1.5 minutes maybe. Here's Abersold. Where is Benjaminsen? Where is Norway? She's kind of out of sight now.
Oh,
here she is.
can you hear her? There we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Running a bit too far.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't want to go out
you don't want to
there.
go that way. That's too tricky to run out in that direction. But yeah, that's a reasonable gap at this point. But I mean, those two runners, Abersold and Benjaminsen, they are exceptional runners. So exceptional orienteers, they can.
I think Denmark found the control now. The control, but they, of course, they are out of the fight for the medals now. After this big mistake, you can also see Sweden already on the second loop.
Here she is, there we go. Well on that second loop, and no real mistakes there. So a couple of controls now. One more control than that forked control in the green, but I mean there's no difficulty for her. Oh, there we go. That's a mistake for Denmark.
For me, it's just the fact that she doesn't really have a concept how to act when she does a mistake is a bit scary, because if she would have gone to the east from the beginning, I think it would have been a 1.5 minutes mistake, and now it was about 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, here is Simona Abersold. A very very much a day to remember for her yesterday, taking her first ever European title, and she looks back to see where we can see Benny Minson.
Gap
She's not there
between
yet.
Janosikova and Abersold now is a bit more than 2 minutes. It was 2.5 before.
Another 30 seconds back to Benny Minson. But, you know, Norway are in that position that if anything happens to those top 3 runners, she's got to be ready to strike. There's been maybe some good code checking out there in the forest today, or at least realising when they've been at the wrong control, because I thought there were several opportunities for teams to miss punch here and be disqualified, and they've kept it well.
I mean, if in these green areas where they might lose kind of map contact at one point and then regain it, and when you come to a control and you're not 100% sure, you always check the code. So I think it's also one of the things. I don't think we'll see so many missed punches today because it doesn't seem too clear, so you double check it. And of course it's a relay, you have to double check it.
Yeah, it's like you might not check all the codes when you're running in your home forest, but when you go somewhere different and you're not really sure, check all the time. And on a European Champs relay, you definitely check all the time. That's relay running basics. The number of, you know, junior competitions I go to, and all you hear is everyone telling each other to check their codes. It's just like, it's the worst thing you can do in a relay.
Good speed here. Abersold, no problem for Janosikova to this 10th control.
No, Abersold just crossing this track. We'll try and pick up those.
Janosikova going straight now, or is she heading out to the left? No, maybe.
Maybe she will go and try and tick off some of the features, the hill and everything. But I don't know, it makes sense to kind of try and stay in the white at that point as much as you can. But we look back at those gaps. There's a chasing group, Finland, 2 Finnish teams and Norway just going through the arena passage as well.
And Sweden now had to go to H, I think. Punch this, one of the last controls there, now heading to control 15. Czech Republic, looks good for Janosikova towards control 11.
Yeah, really solid direction into that control, even if maybe the speed is dropped.
Is it just a GPS thing, or is she hesitating a bit there? I think it's a GPS thing.
Yeah, I think it's slightly off to the north, if you look at Alexanderson as well.
Now we are waiting for Team Sweden and Tove Alexandersson. Here she is.
And that's all the really tough stuff done now. Looking really good. She'll breathe a sigh of relief. There's only a few controls yet to go, and she has had, so far, by far, her best run of these championships.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, we didn't see any hesitation and really, really good speed throughout the whole course here. So let's see, the gap before, 2 minutes and 10 seconds between Janosikova and Abersold. I don't think that Abersold is very much closer now.
No, the tails on the GPS dots, 30 seconds. It might be a little bit closer, but
Yeah,
probably not,
but not-
enough.
not
I don't know.
close
It
enough.
depends. We haven't seen yet
That's true.
get the confirmation of which forkings they have at control 14. And this is this chasing group then. So the two teams from Finland and the Norwegian second team. You know, ultimately, I mean, we've lost some of the big names here, but ultimately the top nations have been quite consistent.
I wonder if Alexanderson is on the right track.
There's only one control there to go to, but yeah, you're right. She's in the wrong, maybe yellow, and maybe turning around here.
Yeah, but I mean, this
It's
she
not-
will lose 20 seconds
Yeah.
on that.
I think she maybe thought she was running down the yellow strip, but she's run down the white strip just to the right and turning back. But if that's the biggest mistake Tove Alexanderson has made today, she's still,
Well, I
still
mean,
a very
there's not
good
much
one.
left of the course to make a bit bigger one, so... And I guess they're quite big tracks now from this 16th to the 17th control, so yeah, nothing will happen here.
No, I don't think so. Well, let's look into control number 12, though, because I'm really keen to see what this gap is then between Czech Republic and Switzerland here. Hopefully we can catch Abersold at this point, but maybe she's already been through and we've lost her. I don't know if we can look back on the splits to see, though we should have a radio control at that point, because I think she's been through there already. Let's have a look at what the gap is.
Gap is, yeah, 1 minute 35 seconds between Czech Republic and Switzerland. Here
There we
have
go,
it.
confirmation there. As we see Benjaminsen in as well. Now 50 seconds between Abersold and Benjaminsen. So Abersold is really running well. She has figured out how to do this terrain. So we just look now at this forked control, I think.
So if Czech Republic has a longer forking at this last forked control and Switzerland has a short one, but I doubt it. I don't think that Switzerland has the short one. I think they had it on the first leg.
So Tove Alexanderson is on her way here into the arena. It hasn't been all Sweden's way. They were always in amongst the top, but didn't, you know, after the forking on the first leg, they weren't leading after the first control. Sara Hagström had a really fantastic leg. For me, she's one of the star players in that team. Really made a difference, did her job incredibly well, was able to hand over to Alexanderson in the lead, which meant it could take the pressure off her, and maybe that's what Alexanderson needed today. And she's had by far the best run of these championships on the last day in this terrain, to do it with the team as well.
But I mean, also in the first leg, Lina Strand did a great job. She had this longer forking in the very end. She was in the lead before. She only was 53 seconds behind, so she had a... Yeah, I mean, she did this hard job in the beginning to be within the group and have the contact. And then, as you mentioned, Sara Hagström did a great race. And, I mean, Tove, she did a small mistake here in the very end, about 15 seconds or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, how should you beat them when they don't do any mistakes? That's very hard.
I don't think it wasn't completely clean runs for all of them, but the mistakes were so small compared to the others, and they ran incredibly aggressively. All three of them doing their job. That's exactly what needs to happen in order to win a European Championships relay. It is Team Sweden, and Sweden won, who are victorious with this team of Lina Strand, Sara Hagström and Tove Alexanderson. Finally, a good run from Tove for this, and it's to get another gold medal this time in the relay. But I think we need to head out back into the terrain as soon as we can, because we want to see where are the Czech team and where is the team from Switzerland as well. So they will be making their way through these last sections of green as well. And I think we will see them very soon.
The Czech team, they have punched the last TV control, 5 minutes behind.
Any news from Switzerland?
Oh, they've not been there yet.
So just getting the download as well. Very important to do that. Hey! You can't celebrate too hard until you.
It's nothing to you, bare med dig.
Okay, let's have a little look then. So
let's
H
see.
control for
An eye
Czech
for
Republic.
Switzerland.
Yeah,
Good control taking.
but Norway
from-
has G.
Yeah.
Okay, this is quite interesting then, maybe for the
Ooh,
bronze
this is
medal.
gonna be tight.
This is going to be so tight for the bronze.
Oh, and Janosika is off there.
But
The
not by
same
much though.
Tuve did. Let's see how nervous she gets doing this mistake here.
Oh, Norway versus Switzerland, and Norway in the lead here. This is, we've already seen Janosika through here
I
before she's
wonder if
making a
she
mistake there. Let's
knows
have a
about the
look.
situation or if she doesn't know it because
Where's
you can't see
Abersold?
Abersold. Where's Abersold?
Oh, I knew this forking was going to bring some drama at the end of this race, and the seconds keep ticking. Goodness me,
She must have
where
done
is
a mistake
Abersold?
towards this control here.
I think so, because the gap is bigger than I was expecting it to be. It's nearly 30 seconds, and she can't bring that one back, surely. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's
She is.
really slow to go there.
And
you see-
Janosika has found that 16th control. Oh. Okay, I think we're going to hear from the winners.
So Tove, congratulations on your race. It looked like a perfect race to us. How did you experience it yourself?
Oh yeah, Lina and Sara did really great performances, and I really enjoyed to run in a team and to run for them. So I was really focused today, and I just wanted to do it as good as them.
And maybe yesterday's long distance was a bit of a disappointment to you. What does it mean to come back like this today?
Oh, it's so great to run together with others, and yeah, I really like the relays. And when it's a bit head-to-head, even if I was alone today, you can feel that it's someone that is hunting you.
But it must have been a great success for you to come back in this terrain and do so well. It must feel great.
Yeah, it was a great day, but you always have to just focus on the day it is, and don't think so much about what has happened before and what's going to happen. It's all about you being in the moment.
Thank you and congratulations, Tove.
Thank you.
All right, great to hear from Tove, but we want to see what is happening behind, because we want to see a little mistake from the Czech Republic here, but
And
a
it's
bigger
a-
mistake from Switzerland.
It's a big mistake.
Oh.
She should have gone out to this path from the beginning if she's going out. And now the gap is about a minute.
Ooh, and Norway going the other way, which we maybe thought would be a good way
but
to
still,
go.
the gap is a minute, so nothing will happen there.
Okay, so we're looking for Janosika here. There she is, going to be racing towards this last control. The gap is enough for the silver medal behind, with Norway behind. And I've got to be honest, we weren't picking the Czech team
The
as
thing is,
favourites for this race.
We have picked them so many times as kind of a outside favorite, and then they didn't perform. And now today they really got it together, and I mean it was a great performance from them, especially on the first leg, I think.
Yeah.
And then they had the advantage that they were together with the Swedish team, and I'm quite impressed because Finstelova was able to keep the gap, the margin quite small anyway. She was only 1 minute behind throughout half of the second loop, and that was very, very impressive. And here, I mean, Janosika, it got close in the end. You could tell that she was a bit nervous, but very well performed. I mean, they get a silver medal here. That's great.
It's for me, it's just that consistency and the strength of all three runners. That is what you need to get a medal in a relay, and they did so well. That is such a kind of an outside. We know that they are all strong, but especially also considering Czechia haven't had that great a performance in these championships. We weren't putting them on as medal favourites, and they've had such a good job. And Andrina Benjaminsen might get a little bit of a shock here, because I don't think she will know that she's in third place. She's working really hard here. and I'm not sure. She looks really, really tired, but there was a mistake. Now I think she knows. Now there's a smile, and this team have done such a great job getting it right as well. It has not been easy, I tell you, for this team. Anna Dritkorn, mistake at number 1. Rio Larsen, I think there were mistakes as well. They were fighting back from being behind, like the first control on the first leg, and it was enough for this team to try and take it back. And
she's so tired. She's been ill the last weeks as well. She looked very, very, very tired when she came here on the last meters. And this is Absol with a mistake on the last forking, getting out of the fight for the bronze medal.
Oh, a mistake here was a minute, this mistake, and that has basically cost her, I think, the bronze medal here. You can see the gap is going to be less than a minute by the time she gets to the finish. So it was nearly the moment here for Absol, but she just missed it in the end.
I mean, she had quite a good run in the beginning. Just that Benjaminsen was a little bit better, and then she got back. She got the chance at this forking in the middle of the second loop, or towards the end of the first loop, and then she really had the chance in the end to be at least in the fight for the medals, but did a mistake then, as we've seen.
I'm glad to see Benjaminsen is up and looking okay. I was a little bit worried for her there, but can manage to do the debrief. And I've just seen the Czech team in tears outside of our window. They are incredibly excited about their results, and so they should be. Absolutely fantastic work from them. And I think we're maybe looking for the 2 teams from Finland through very soon. And that looks like, is that Venla Harju there? Racing in, no it isn't, it's the Finland 2.
Yeah, we're also looking for second Norwegian team.
Anu Tuomisto is there into the 5th place. Oh, it's been a hard day out in the forest for the teams from Finland, especially the first team, and yeah, I thought they were big. I thought they had a chance to take a medal.
They had a really
today.
good chance because they performed well on the first leg. And here we can see that they come from another direction. I think it's the first Finnish team coming from there, Venla Harju.
Yeah, you're right, good spot. So Finland will take 5 and 6. But actually, maybe some good team selection here. It is all of the first teams that have come out in the lead, which is except for Finland, yeah. And with the depth in some of the squads, we thought it was going to be really hard to pick the teams, and the selectors have done a good job. As Finland 2 into 5th.
But of course,
spot.
I mean, then you could say within Team Norway and Team Switzerland, you could have switched to a, like now when you have seen the race, you could have switched, for example, on the first leg. But of course, yeah, it's not every time we see the first team winning over the second team, like here with Finland.
Lots of support for the Finns here today, and Venla Harju, fighting back there into the top 6 though still. After a great championships for her, I mean really, to win the long distance and take a bronze as well. Norway 2 in as well. And we say that the men's relay has been postponed by 10 minutes. So it starts at 10 past 12 local time instead of 12 o'clock, just because we have longer than expected winning times for the women's, which is a trend that we've seen actually throughout these whole championships. Not as much for the men. They've been much closer to the winning times for the men, but certainly longer than expected for the women. So we will catch some more of these teams in here as well. Sweden too, doing a really good job to fight back from, frankly, not a good first leg, not a good first 2 controls from Lisa Risby, but Sanna Fast really doing a good job to manage to catch up a lot of places here. So that team was Lisa Risby, Jana O'Berry and Sanna Fast. Let's have a little look. Switzerland jumping the water.
I think that's
Ooh,
the
mistakes
same
from
Finland has done as well. You can see here the fight between the Finnish second team and the Finnish first team.
So close.
Yeah, that was a really tight one. Good route choice there from the second team.
And a lot of similar mistakes, I think, to Control 16, as you see from
it's
Denmark.
starting to
There must
track
be
up there.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's going to go that same way.
It's a bit surprising for me because again you can see the vegetation boundary there just behind. So if you are a bit careful, you shouldn't do that mistake.
Alright, so when we are checking the clock, it means 4 minutes until the start for the men's race. Well, let's see. Hopefully, Estonians, Latvians, Denmark.
Well, kind of went not necessarily true to form for nations, but what we would expect in terms of those who were able to minimize the mistakes best. Let's see if the men are able to do the same. Let's see if it will go a similar way as they come out here and find their maps. They will check them very, very carefully. And again, maybe some of the same nations we're looking out for in the men's as we have a look at their map. A bit different for the men.
Yeah, it's a bit different. We had kind of a similar start, but the first control in the men's race is more difficult because you have to spend a longer time in this green area. Then maybe the second one a little bit earlier because the distance is shorter to this one. Similar here in the beginning, a bit longer there at control 5, then you go towards control 6, and the same arena passage as in the women's race. The second loop starts with different from the women's course. We have this very green control 11. It stands up there, control, well, I don't think it should be very much problem for the runners, but it's green there, so if you're not careful you can definitely miss that one. Then you go into this green area, the forking, again a bit different because you come from another direction. Maybe it's the time differences here won't be as big as in the women's race. And here the start list, and you mentioned before the teams, the favorites, maybe quite equal to the ones in the women's race. Of course, Team Sweden, the big favorites after yesterday's race when they took all 3 medals. Team Switzerland maybe a favorite, but with a question mark regarding the health situation. We know that Matthias Kiburz and Daniel Hupman had a bit of problems the last days, and they were not really back on track yesterday. But I mean, with every day, they might
they're
get
improving
better.
every day, yeah.
And Florian Hovald had a really good run yesterday, so maybe. And of course, Norway is always one of the favorites. If you look back to the relays during the last years, then of course we have to have them on our list as well.
So the middle distance European champion will lead off the team from Sweden, followed by the long distance European champion, followed by the middle distance bronze medalist. Of course, Magne Daly, I mean, how many times he has run a forest relay for Norway. I mean, he's probably lost count now, to be honest. And handing over to Kasper Fosse, who said he had a pretty clean race yesterday, but just he didn't have a good qualification. He was starting too early in the pack. But the Finland team, will they be able to do better than the women? Again, we had them as
another very
favourites.
strong team we didn't mention earlier. I mean, they have been very strong in the last relays, and they have performed well this week, so definitely a team to look out for, with Elias Kuka on the first leg.
What about some of the second teams?
I mean, especially in Team Sweden, it's almost the same situation as we had it in the women's race. We have a very strong second team there. Henrik Johannesson had a great long distance. Anton Johansson, silver medalist from yesterday, and Emil Svensk on the third one. So really strong team there as well.
Well, anything can happen in a relay as we're used to. We've got 52 teams out there in the terrain. And again, we've got 5 nations with 3 teams. That's Sweden, Switzerland, Finland, France, and the home nation, Estonia. They have all got 3 teams out there. So expect it to be a little bit of chaos, I think, as we head out, and especially towards the first set of controls, the first forked controls. They're not the same as the women's, and I've actually really enjoyed having the men's and the women's courses being quite different, these championships, and particularly in the middle distance yesterday. I think it makes it more exciting to watch, but it's a bit longer, so they've got a little bit longer to head into the trainer, maybe a bit harder than the women's control.
Yeah, I think this one is a little bit tougher. I don't know if in the end, I mean, the longer distance between control 1 and 2 made the second control much more difficult in the women's race. At the same time, you had the chance there to just overrun the control, get a feedback from the path behind and go back. So I think there's more potential in this first control to make it really difficult. And I mean, you have to spend a lot of time here in the green area before you get to the control, which makes it quite difficult. And there are controls, really. You can be just 5 or 7 meters beside and don't see it if you're not 100% expecting it to be there. So it's tough there, and maybe that the tracks lead a little bit into the wrong direction as well, because the first controls, we haven't seen them in the women's race.
No, we haven't at all. So it looks like Albin Riedefeld is pushing the pace at the start here, actually going a slightly different way here. So too, Elias Kuka was at the front, Ralph Street as well. And actually you can see them really spread out wide here as they go to different controls, of course, in the first control.
Yeah, and you can also see the Estonian team there, another quite strong team with the Sild brothers and the Kenny Kivikas. And a good day, I mean, they can perform well as well if they just are maybe a bit lucky. I don't think they're really the favorites physically, but if they get the chance to do it technically and perform well, like execute every leg well, don't end up at the wrong forking, then I think they have a chance to be among the top 5 teams. Now you can see in the left runners running in the more open area. It's the same like in the women's race where you have this marsh, and a few of the runners would have had the chance to follow vegetation boundary more to the right, but it seems that almost all of them keep together here in this wide section in the beginning.
And this is a really good example of what this terrain is kind of like, because the boundaries between the green and the white, you know, they're not super clear. There's a reason they're not marked with the dots, but you can kind of tell when you're in one or the other, or you can look across. You can kind of say, yeah, that looks a bit more green.
Yeah, usually the boundary is quite clear when you run into one. If you have these white dots within a green area, then it's a bit more blurry and maybe not as visible. Then you almost have to feel the green areas. But if you run in a white area and get towards a green area like you see it here, then usually it's quite good visible. See that Finland and Great Britain, they're heading to C, Switzerland to A, both 2 Swiss teams actually heading to A, France heading to B. And the A control, it's maybe the one here where it's very green there. It's hard to see it. You have to be very accurate with your orienteering. You can see that Sweden was a little bit better to go in this open area in the beginning, then approach it from there. Sweden and Czech Republic. Great Britain with B. I think almost all the C runners had the control. Not sure if Sweden has it. They might miss this control.
Yeah,
Not
well,
sure.
Switzerland's turning back.
I think Czech team, or who is it?
Switzerland
Denmark
too.
might have it.
Oh.
As I mentioned there, it's very
It's
dense
so
and it's
tricky.
green. and it's difficult. Sweden missing that control. Maybe get some help now from the other teams. Czech Republic overrunning it. Sweden might have got the control now.
But you're
Now, when you had this one, now you had the. If you had this A option, then you have the control most up in the picture. So then you can really use this vegetation boundary now to almost get all the way to the control. You should really use that one.
Oh, France has got B, and I wondered if they were in that group with all of the runners with control A, and
Yeah.
so having to go around completely different way.
Difficult situation now to get back. Is closer to control C than B. You can see that Switzerland and Sweden, they use this open wide part with the marsh before they use the vegetation boundary. Finland missing. Control
They
C.
had C,
Yeah.
but surely no, I'm not sure. Maybe going around this green.
No,
Ah.
no.
Well, they can't. They were with everybody else. I can't believe they've all missed
Yeah, but
it.
you can be 5 meters from the control and not see it.
That's true.
But it's definitely a mistake here from Finland.
Oh, that's really strange. And everybody is a little bit too far east
And you
for
can
A.
see the gap between the ones who had this C control and Switzerland and Sweden is quite big already. But it's mostly due to the forking. I mean, they missed maybe 15-20 seconds. Here is Swedish team. Might be Henrik Johannesson.
Yeah, it won't be the Swedish first team. With Albin Riedefelt, then Ralph Street, then two more.
Simon Imark. And maybe Viktor Svensk. Let me see who's running. This might be
Milos Nikodim in there as well
A
for the
mixed
Czech
team.
team, quite far up. And this is, look at that. That's a big old train and you want to be near the front of it. But this bit has already tracked up quite well because of the women's. They won't really know that, but
and
before getting
it
here,
would be really important for the first Swedish team and the Swiss team to get the tail of this group.
Oh yeah, definitely. But then it's really hard to work your way up and overtake people, especially, well, not in the forest, but in that open area, because it'll be like one track. Lithuania, Alina's had a really good middle distance as well, so looking good there. Magne Daly from Norway, back in 11th. Keep an eye on them, of course. Mr.
yeah.
Hyman, top Estonian team, I think that was. So 22 teams in that train. Wow. You can tell that's why some people making mistakes out there. And I'm wondering if this is Team Switzerland as well. Let's have a look at Norway 2 and Switzerland.
So the second Swiss team, look at that. Oh, they were so close to that control. I mean, if you compare to Norway, the second team, they were far off control, but Switzerland, they really ran over it.
Yeah. And now again, some different routes out here. So this group of controls is much further south than the women's group of controls was, or a little bit further south anyway. So
Interesting direction by the Finnish second team.
I wonder if they've got F.
It must be, but still it's because the marsh there is quite open and it's quite good runnability.
And it's white, yeah.
That's too much, that's unnecessary. There are other teams there, Austria, Belgium. This is the mistake, just really bad direction out from the control.
That's a real surprise.
I mean, it's a direction mistake. He was just heading towards the vegetation boundary and having a 90 degrees wrong direction.
Oh, but there are a few runners who've got F, and even Austria who've got E are going out to that path. And if you want to take any learning points from yesterday's middle distance race, it was go out to the path.
Yeah, of course. But in this section here, when you have so many white dots in the green, it often isn't as dense as in other parts, and here you could actually go straight. But I mean, they won't lose a lot of time. It's just that they dare to leave the group to go around like this. You can see that the gap between the first and the second group, it's about a minute.
But in everything, in relay orienteering, especially first leg, it's the balance of doing your own thing versus staying with everybody else, and which will make you quicker. And it's probably different for different ones. Looking good for Sweden too, though. Henrik Johannesson. We'll see those other runners going into the F control, and really strong.
Switzerland, they could have stayed a bit longer on the street.
But of course, you know, D is the shortest forking here. You want that in an ideal world on the last leg rather than early on. So maybe you got to bear that in mind.
Seems a bit off direction there. The Finnish second team. Up the hill.
Very strange.
Still.
Here's the leader, though.
Is it Henrik Johannesson?
I think so.
Still.
Yeah. Sweden 2.
All alone.
And that is impressive to have pulled apart that gap. I know there was a forking as well, but still. And this looks like Finland.
It's not the first team, though.
No, it's definitely not the first team. That looks like
Magna
Daly, sorry. For the first Norwegian team. And now everybody comes through here. Is that Aston Key, I think, from Australia in this leading group?
Simon Imark.
I mean, running first leg of an international relay is such a special thing, and you've got so many teams together, especially because it's not World Championships. You've got multiple teams per nation. There's so many runners around, and it's quite a cool thing to run, I think. Although not everybody can do it well. I think Ralph Street was actually saying it's his the first leg he's run on an international relay since 2009, which was at the Junior European Cup. So he's not used to it, but he was up for the challenge.
You see that they're spreading out a bit. Of course, for the chasing teams, it's good. They're not all together. Have there Switzerland a bit behind, second Swiss team doing a mistake.
Yeah, that's not their
they
control.
Have to go to control E. Sweden there, there's Sweden and Switzerland together. Denmark, Finland.
Of course, we'll see them at control 7. Let's have another little look here. Ooh, both Czech Republic and Finland making a little mistake. Oh, a bit more of a mistake from the Czech Republic. That's Milos Nikodim on the first leg for them.
Yeah, and you could also see that D is definitely the fastest option there.
Yeah, it won't be until after all 3 legs that we get really that true indication of what the terrain, of how far they've run and been towards the controls.
Very strong performance here from Henrik Johannesson. And it's kind of the thing we mentioned before. I mean, it's when it's so dense in the forest, it's easier to get away, but then it's hard to keep the gap to the big group. And I mean, if you're all alone and you're chased by like 20 other guys, it's just hard to keep that gap open.
And it is pretty much 20 other guys. They have managed to catch up that gap that Henrik Johannesson worked really, really hard
Still,
to
I mean,
create.
he's been running with his 10 seconds gap for quite a while, so his speed must be really outstanding.
17 teams through.
Again, not him. Oh no, it's Robert Merl.
So
You can see how they
together now again.
get together again as soon as it is getting a bit greener. So let's see if he still has his 9 seconds.
So the men have different controls in here as they make their way through to this arena passage. Magna Daly there in second. Ralph Street has worked his way back up from having a longer gaffle to being up in 4th place. Aston Key as well. Really strong running. And there are more teams that we could possibly even name up at this point. Again, quite similar to how we saw the women's. There was a big group of them, especially after the first leg, with a lot of the favourites having dropped back. But it's your average over all of the legs, of course. And we're really, of course, looking for Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, even Denmark, who are a whole control behind.
And I mean, for the Swedish first team and the Swiss first team, it's really about keeping patient now, because they had the tougher first control, and a bit of this gap here is due to that fact. And just don't risk too much in this position. Of course, you shouldn't lose any more time, but don't risk too much so that you just always are behind a little bit. That's the very dangerous situation now.
And then the men do have, of course, a little bit longer in their second loop. They're going to head out to the really green bit, and then they have a little turnaround as well.
I think compared to the women's race, where there was really almost no control, where you could lose a lot of time in the second loop, I think there's especially the first control. If you're not focused, you can lose a bit of time there, and then you have a little bit a longer loop on the second part. So there's more possibilities to catch some time again. Gap here might be a minute between this first group and the chasers. It's still about this 7, 8, 9 seconds.
Yeah, really strong speed from Henrik Johannesson.
Looking back there.
Yeah. And actually got a lot of the good runners. We've even got Yannick Michels up in that group as well, which obviously fantastic bronze medal for him in the sprint race. But, you know, he is definitely a sprinter rather than a forest orienteer. He won't mind me saying that at all.
But I mean, he has done a few quite big relays with his club. So he's not totally unused to this. I mean, he feels a bit familiar with this kind of relays. And of course, he has the speed to follow.
All right, and then recompose, turn your map over for the second part, because this is this green control you've been talking about. That's pretty tough and pretty dense and pretty grim. They will run out the same way out here to this start control. Here they are. And, you know, they've been at this point a lot of times before. You've got to get good direction and have a good plan to be able to find your way through the green where you really can't see anything. Here's our leader. Behind Henrik Johannesson again. Top 10, I think he was, in the long distance race. He's nailed this terrain. And, I mean, the first two Swedish teams, both really strong. Good to see the first Estonian team up there as well. Christo Hyman leading them out. Larry Silt and Kenny Kivikas will take the other two legs. And it's not too bad heading out this first part. You can take the hill fairly easily. Hopefully helps you lead into the control. But So, you know, there's quite a good attack point. You can be quite sure of where you are, I think, when you head into the green. But then you've just got to try and make it not a treasure hunt when you get
no,
in the green.
but of course, I mean, if you keep control over the situation, you get this vegetation boundary again. I mean, you have mentioned that kind of thing now many times, but you have it again, and it leads you to the control. It's just that it gets very dense, and you have to make sure you don't get off direction, but you get help of the contours, you get help of the vegetation boundaries. It's in a way a bit of a chance here for the runners behind, because it slows the runners in front down, and it will track up a little bit. And of course, if it slows up down a big group, it will be easier for the runners behind to maybe get in contact again. You also see that Sweden, the first team, now is a bit ahead of the Swiss team. Albin Riedefeld ahead of Daniel Hupman. You can see now that Johannesson is a little bit too far down this depression there, but I mean, this one is very clear. And it's so dense, so it might be a good thing to just round it there and get into the more open area. But that's what I meant, and I mean, now they will all be together there.
And maybe as they slow down, you see Sweden on the chase, Switzerland on the chase here. They're getting a little bit closer together. You know, probably similar time gaps, but maybe it's not good to be the first ones going into this green. Maybe it's slightly better to be further back, although I can't really imagine it's going to track up very much in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite bushy there, so it might track up a little bit. Maybe not within this first leg, but maybe on the second leg or the third leg.
And then again, the nature of the orienteering kind of changes once more. You can see they're all looking at their maps really carefully to make their way out into the next part of the terrain.
For the first time now, for a long time, we don't see Henrik Johannesson in the lead.
Yeah. Is that Sweden 3?
Yeah, yeah.
Victor Svensk is leading out for Sweden 3. But again, they'll probably want to stick here into some of the more whiter parts. I wonder if they'll kind of all head slightly left of the red line here. Of course, again, we've got different forkings here.
My guess is that they will go down to this marsh a bit to the left, because they know that it's good runnability there from the first control.
And then these paths are quite small, but they are noticeable. You're not gonna, I don't think you're gonna have the danger of running past them, and I wonder if they'll use that as well. And still, all this group in together. You can see some of them have dropped out to the left more, slightly earlier into this part of the open. And yeah, the white is white.
Yeah.
It's not all green, this map. It's some actual nice bits. But it's all on a scale of what an elite orienteer considers runnable, rather than what a club orienteer considers runnable. I feel like over the years I've had to adapt my definition of what white forest is, because it's not the same as what's at home for me. Okay, let's have a look.
Second Swedish team, Great Britain and Norway. That was Henrik Johannesson.
Oh.
Just staying a bit too much down the depression there for a longer time. But I mean, he was the first one out, and it's so hard to keep the lead in such a green area when you have, like, yeah, I don't know, it was, I think, a group of 17 runners.
So,
now they all approach,
yeah.
spreading out here.
Can we try and make
control.
sense of what is happening here? I know Ralph Street's got a H and he's looking good on that line. G for Sweden 2, managing to catch back up after small miss at that control.
Same for Sweden 3. They have G as well.
Yeah, Victor Svensk. Fairly distinctive there.
I mean, if you have Control I, you can just head to this path and follow it.
I don't think there's going to be too much time difference
but
between all of those controls.
I think Denmark, second team, is doing a mistake there.
There are too many teams. Oh yeah, Denmark's second team will head to I, so they're a little bit behind anyway. Okay, now we're looking at this control number 169 that we've seen a lot, and there are three Swedish vests.
Yeah, but one of them is a mixed team.
Yep.
Simon Imark.
Joni Kallio, Finland 3, right up there. Haven't talked about them. Poland in there as well. Aston Key is still there too. So too is Michaels, and this group all really, you know, swapping places within the group, but kind of really staying actually quite close together. You know, we haven't had too many people drop off the back of this group.
Let's see now how big the gap is to the first Swedish team and to Team Switzerland. It was about a minute. So they should come here very soon. Starts to be quite a disadvantage.
Oh, I can hear something. Oh, there we go.
That's Austria.
Robert Merle, I think that was.
Yeah.
So he was on the back of that group, but now
There's
not
Czech
anymore.
Republic, Ukraine. Libov, Finland as well. Kuka,
And
Hopman.
there we go. Daniel Hubman there. So
There
127.
is Riedefeld.
And Kuka was 126 down. It's still in a group though.
Where is Riedefeld?
Where is Riedefeld? Still not. This is Italy.
Italy, yeah. He must have done a mistake
France
here.
as well.
Control
Germany.
before.
Oh.
Because he was together with Switzerland at this green control just after the arena passage. No, that's not him.
Still no. Another French team. We're waiting and waiting. What has happened to Albin Riedefeld?
Oh, and
this is not good
Estonia
here.
has done
Oh,
a
yeah,
mistake
that's
as
right.
well.
Okay, should we see
Let's
what
see it.
happened?
We
Well,
see
Estonia, we
Estonia
know there was a
and
mistake.
Sweden as well.
Here's Sweden.
Chi, so he's missing the control Chi there, getting to the path without
to
recognizing it. H
Oh no!
just missed it by a few meters.
I mean, that was
It was close.
really close. Here's Ralph Street leading at the moment.
Victor Svensk. Manutali is there.
Or leading this group anyway. And they have a few shorter controls here in the white part of this forest. It's one of the best parts of the forest, I think. Lots of classic kind of relay changes of direction, everything like that. And stretching this group out. There's a control and a sharp change of direction to the next one.
Next one is located in a green area, small hill. But it's a rather easy control. It's a short distance into this green area, and it's one of these nicer green areas. And then we have this leg to the forking that we had in the women's race, where we have had big time differences.
But the men approach this control from actually quite a different direction to the women. They're going to have to go across this feld area. And this one, unlike the women's, is not forked on the last leg.
Yes.
So they will go to J or K, but there's the other control that the women had, the one that was their G, that will be the last leg. So apart from that, it's actually
I wonder
a
why
bit similar.
they didn't do it like this in the women's race.
Yeah, me too. maybe they wanted to put one forking after the arena passage, and that was the only opportunity for the women's, whereas there is a forked control for the men's.
I mean, they had a forking
second control
at,
after
at the second last control, just the control after as well.
Oh, yeah.
Or 2 controls after.
You're right.
But back here, see Switzerland there. Sweden chasing now. See those different approaches where we have one group with Great Britain more trying to get to this path as fast as possible.
And what was this feld area like? Did you run through this feld area? Was it because it doesn't have the green stripes on it?
No, but it didn't really go into it. But it was okay. It wasn't too bad there. I don't think it will matter so much if you go through the green area or through the yellow area. And in my opinion, you should follow the path then for a few steps. But I might try to get out of this green into the white and then approach the control from the south. But it's almost running away from the control now. That's not a good direction. Oh, that's not good. He will lose time on that.
I wonder which forkings they all have. It hasn't come up yet.
I'm not sure if he has everything under control there. He must have noticed that he's the only one going so much to the south. I think now he got it.
Yeah, and that'll be off the back of that whole pack of, was it about 13 runners now?
Now we have the forkings in here. Sweden's second team punched Shea, also Belgium. Many of the others have K, almost all of them. Ralph Street, I think he believes that he's in the green area now. Otherwise,
yeah, I
it
think
would
he has
be
actually
very
just
strange.
stopped rather than losing GPS tracking there.
Now heading to the south. That will end up in a big mistake. Maybe if he is lucky, we'll see the other group. Now we have him back in the lead, Henrik Johannesson. Starts to get used to the situation. Well, he's all alone.
Yeah.
Again, there are 2 other Swedes coming. Simon Nymark and Victor Svensk.
That's the mixed team, then team 3.
Aston Key.
So that group of 13 down to 12 with missing Ralph Street.
Very well done here by the second Estonian team as well, still in the group. See that the first Estonian team is doing exactly the street mistake. Switzerland, in my opinion, good approach there. Leave the control to the north. Head to this path. Oh, but big mistake by Ralph Street.
Tail is about, what, 30 seconds there, so still lots of excitement as we look towards the back of Anton Johansson, the silver medalist from yesterday's middle distance. Isaac von Krusenforener is there too. He is, of course, a former world sprint champion. And Martin Regborn, winner of the long race. He actually missed punch. He's just, I think, skipped over a control in the middle qualification, so he didn't run yesterday.
You can see that Switzerland and France, cut the corner there.
looks like a good gap then for Sweden too.
Looks like a very good gap.
Really good gap. I mean, his
Such a
speed is
strong
just-
performance.
yeah.
It's not only the speed, I mean, he was in the lead of the group for a long time, so he was not just in the group and doing a good and solid race. No, he did a very active race throughout the whole course, and you could really feel that he wants to win this leg. He was very active.
And there's always a little bit of a, you know, the second Swedish team wanting to beat the first Swedish team,
Yeah, of
shall we
course.
say, and they may well do it.
Now they're splitting up here. Imark, not really, not really. Doesn't dare to go all the way around.
Oh, someone else is... Oh, no, they're also going the same way as well.
Aston Key there. It's hard to see if it was Imark or Svensk who tried to go on his own there. Now the speed is really high.
And Henrik Johannesson just looking to his right to see whereabouts the others are, but they are not there at all. That's all I can say. And after leg one, it is the very, very active orienteering of Henrik Johannesson that's going to take it into
You could see the relay routine there. He was looking down his number bib, tried to look at the number, but first of all, he lost the number, and second of all, they don't have any numbers.
No.
They have just the nation standing there.
So he will go and find Sweden too. You can see how carefully he's checking that as well. Good, and checked as well by Anton Johansson, who is in really good form at the moment. Oh, look, really fast finish then from Magna Daly. He's going to hand over to Kasper Fossa. They are the defending European champions as well, but 20 seconds. I mean, to take out 20 seconds after that, unbelievable. Lithuania won in third place as well. Goodness me, great run from Lithuania. And then we have Sweden 3, a mixed team, and Poland, and great run as well from Aston Key from Australia into that 7th place.
Let's see where the first Swedish team will end up. Also the first Swiss team. And the first team from Finland.
Okay, so 10 teams there. I think we must have dropped a few towards the end of this relay. And here is the next
There's
chasing group.
Switzerland.
Yes.
We have France with 2 teams here. There is Finland, Elias Kuka.
So Daniel Hubman will hand over to Florian Hovald, who I think is, you know, had the best run yesterday of all of the Swiss. We know there's been illness going through their camp.
Ukraine, Libov heading over to Kratov. Very strong team on paper here on the first 2 legs.
So plus 137 for Switzerland in 17th place. Keep an eye on that team.
I mean, a big part of the gap there, the disadvantage for Switzerland, was already at the first control when they had the small miss there. Here we have Finland, Elias Kuka.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disappointment for me. The Finnish team we thought would be up there and chasing on the medals. I mean, it's by no means over yet, but still to be down in 18th place.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, if you just do one mistake and you're a little bit behind, then it's getting harder and harder. And there's another team struggling with that, and they're coming here. First Swedish team, Albin Riedefeld. I mean, he struggled as well in the beginning, and then he had this mistake just before the arena passage. Yeah, it's just once you're behind, it's so hard to get up there again. Of course, they can hope for this first forking here now again. Maybe others do the same mistake as they did.
Okay, so here are some of the leading runners. I don't know where, can't see Sweden 2, but we're behind 3 of the top 4 teams, with Kasper Fossa leading it out. So he does what he always does, and he hits the front, and he is just going to run it hard, run how he likes it to do it, and see who can hang on, I think.
Now let's see, this first control will be very interesting to follow. First they have this transportation piece of leg here, part of the leg, and then they enter this green area. See that the Swedish second team already in there as the B control. We also know that the A control was the one where most of the runners were struggling. Who do we have with the A control? Australia.
Finland too.
The mixed team, Finland too. Poland, but not many of the leading teams here. I don't think we have all of them activated. So Norway C, that looks good for them.
Whoa! Oh, Ukraine reading to the wrong loop.
Yeah.
No!
Yes, definitely turned his map
Krashov
wrong.
is going to the wrong first control. Ah. Okay.
I mean, that's something they tell you at the team leaders meeting, so it's a mistake that can happen, but they know about this, so they know that there's the second part on the backside of the map, so you have to be careful already when you hand over.
It has the control numbers as well as the as well as the codes on there.
He will notice it sooner or later. Maybe he noticed already now. No, not sure if he was all the way to the control.
Jens Ronalds. So many Swedish runners that they will have to form some of their spare runners into a fourth team that ends up being a mixed team, but crossing over that track. Okay, let's catch up with the leaders.
No,
that's a miss.
It's a mistake, yeah.
A miss.
Another very big one.
No.
Say 15 seconds maybe. Third Swedish team with the same control. Second Finnish team approaching the A control there. Looks good. But we have seen many teams close to that control, because the thing is, just before the control it gets so dense there. I think they got it. Or yeah, I think they got it, heading now to the A control.
And of course, there's quite a few
Australia
teams on there that we don't have.
Australia is far off control A there.
Poland also, well...
Yeah, but he might
you can
get
salvage
it
that
when,
mistake
when he gets to the open area there. Switzerland approaching control B. Florian Hovald.
Okay, here is the leader then. Yesterday's silver medalist. And he did a lot of it very early on when he was, you know, quite early in the starting. I think he did catch up a few people, so maybe he wasn't by himself the whole time, but he had really, really high speed. So
yeah, and I mean, he was one of the quite early starters, and that makes his performance yesterday even more impressive, because he had to do it without the clear tracks in the very end. So he gets along with the terrain here for sure.
Let's see who is next in. Kasper Fosser, of course, leading that group of Lithuania and Sweden 3, von Krusenforener. And those three just the 15 seconds down. They were 20 seconds down after the exchange, so they've actually caught up a little bit of time. Here is Switzerland and Florian Hovald. So they were 17th when Switzerland did the exchange. 1 minute and 37 seconds behind the leaders. So Florian Hovald has had a fantastic first couple of controls here. Really strong stuff, and so much of his race yesterday was really, really great. Just a few small mistakes that took their toll in the end. Also, Karpinen, Finland 3, catching up. Belgium in there too. So what was a lot of teams together has of course been whittled down now. But to see Florian Hovald catch up from 17th to 5th place, that is really impressive. A couple of the French teams in there too. And this is Jens Ronalds, who must have made a mistake, I reckon, because he was much further up in the mix. And he is in a mixed team. Okay.
Let's see here, approaching the next forking. Many of them with the F option choose to go to this path. Attack the control from the north.
On all of the teams have F, apart from Lithuania.
And I mean, Lithuania shouldn't really be up there. I mean, based on what you have seen before from the first and second control, it's quite understandable that they head to this path. But if you go and pass control D, even if you go to E and F, then the runnability is really, really good. But of course, it's so hard to predict, and they don't want to risk anything, so that's the reason why they go and choose this path. Also, you get some time to relax, maybe to get, just some time to let go a little bit. And you can also see the French second team with a very strange direction out from the control.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Finland also with a direction we haven't seen before. Maybe trying to get to this yellow bit.
And Belgium going down the road. So here, I think...
Yeah, but I mean, if you have the D control, that's a good option to go down the road.
Yeah. Oh, we've lost some of the GPS tracking in that bit of the forest. It would be interesting to see what happens with the teams kind of seeing each other or not seeing each other, who's running with who.
Lithuania seems to be a bit off direction. Of course, the control is much more difficult if you go from this, if you approach it from this side, compared to if you come from the direction where Belgium is coming from.
Okay, let's see who makes it first, because it looked like maybe there was some catching, and this is Kasper Fosse. He's in the lead. He's caught up the Swedish second team with Anton Johansson. It doesn't really seem like he made particularly too much of a mistake on that F control.
No, but look at the speed of Fosse here.
Yeah, he again, like Alexanderson, hasn't had the best championships, and I think is after some revenge here as well, it's fair to say. So that was them punching at control number 6.
And we have Switzerland in the picture as well. Running away from control E. Seems to be okay, hard to say. Gap us around a minute. Here we have him in the picture, Florian Hovald punching this control. All alone at this point. At the Finnish third team behind him at the last TV control. Let's see what teams we have here. It's Lithuania. It's the mixed team, I guess, and it's Belgium. You can see that the Ukraine is back here on the right side of the map. But of course, they lost a lot of time. It's Finland. They lost also time. They were almost together with Switzerland, the last TV control. Here we are with the leaders. Again, Jansson, Kasper Foster not in the lead anymore, but of course they're changing there. All of them very active in this group. Here we are with this group we see in the GPS with Lithuania and the mixed team. Also Belgium. And we also got Kasper Foster back on the GPS tracking. They're soon about to head towards the arena passage. We have a recap with Lithuania, and I think this is not a good option. I mean, if you have the D, you really should stay on the street. You see Belgium doing it, just to get this marsh there, and then the control is so much easier, and feels also that it's a shorter distance to run. So we are still waiting for the runners to come. We have this group of 3, and then we have Florian Hovald all by himself chasing those 3.
Ronald's then still in that mixed team. That's Bartkovicius after the mistake we just saw. And Leos from Belgium.
You can see Poland, Finland, the 3rd team, a bit off direction. We're waiting here for the leaders. Or just the runner behind, Florian Hovald maybe.
But very soon we'll see them at this arena where it looks like it's just started to rain a bit. There were a few showers in the forecast. I think it's still fairly light though. And you can see they are on their way really, really shortly to this arena that they're all very familiar with. Poland and Finland 3 also looking to have a little bit of a problem. So here then are the 3 leaders. Foster, von Krusenfreiner, Johansson, and some more of the chasers then at this control, a couple of controls before the arena passage. But Kasper Foster doing what he does best and putting in a fantastic stint for Norway. For me, Anton Johansson just looks like he's kind of struggling to stay with it. Maybe he's just using this part to read his map really, really well.
I mean, I can imagine that the speed is very high with Kasper Foster, but for him, the good thing in this kind of terrain is that everyone who's in the lead has to slow down at one point to do the orienteering bit, and then if you might not be as strong physically, you get the chance to get in contact again. Here we see a big mistake again by the Finnish 3rd team.
But Martin Regborn for that Swedish 1st team, he was on the line the whole way. That's incredible skills.
And incredible skills. It's very, very good to keep this 1 minute gap when you run against 3 other runners.
You've got to do exactly what Antonio Benjaminson did and just keep that gap really close so that if anything happens, you are there and ready to take advantage of it. And that's what Hovald is doing right now. Here, back with the leaders though. There's still all 3 of them together, and this is the route out towards this really tricky green part. The route out, though, is not too bad. Although I think we just lost the camera there. And a few bits of green to kind of contend with, but the as long as you've got decent direction, you'll pick up this hill
I mean,
on the
exactly,
boundary
man.
very easily.
The hill leads you to the control, and then you get help with this vegetation boundary as well. It's not a very hard control to get, but it's still, it's so green. It really hits you in the face, and then you have to keep calm, because it's hard to feel the distance you run. When it slows you down so much, you kind of lose the feeling for the distance, and then that can be a bit annoying, of course, but it can also make you, you have to feel and stay kind of awake and just keep on going, maybe a few meters more than you would expect.
So Olli Ojanho there for Finland won. So after the first leg, they were 18th place and 1:55 behind. So caught up a few places, but dropping some time there for Ojanho, who's behind Sirolainen. There he is. Working hard and be using those few runners to chase. But by himself, we just caught a small glimpse of him. That
You can
is
at least see
Hevald.
that he was on the top of the hill.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you see them now, they're running on the top of the hill, then they get this depression there, and the boundary that really leads you to the control at the point they are now. They just have to turn to the left, and then we'll see the control.
It's also hard to, as we've seen before from the first leg, to judge your height on this control, I think, as
And
well.
I think my opinion is that they do exactly the same as Johannesson was doing when he lost maybe this 5, 6, 7 seconds. But I mean, well, that's not a lot.
Not at all.
It's a bit concerned behind about the direction of Florian Hevald. We will get back to that.
So Regborn again catching places but losing time compared to the leaders anyway. So he got from 22nd into 13th place, but the gap was 2 minutes 30 and it's now nearly 4 minutes. That's going to be tough to claw back.
Yeah, it's getting a bit far down, but of course it's the light green there. It doesn't really matter as long as he gets back, as long as he gets this depression. Then I think the exit there, we've seen many from the first leg just heading out as fast as possible from the green area. They choose to use this yellow stripe.
But if Florian Hevald, you know, he's a third place nation at the moment, that presumably would mean still a bronze medal for the Swiss team. So you only take the top place team per nation. So
It's true.
he's run himself into a good position. Oh, and now we have some splitting up then.
Yeah.
The Sweden 2 and Norway both have I.
But I like the way from Swedish third team better to go around there. Of course, he has age, then it's very likely that you do it, but you know from the first loop that the runnability there is quite good. And
Yeah.
you spend so much time in this green area.
The speed is high, but for me, he wants to still be a little bit closer to the red line.
Yeah, now it's...
He's probably just running until he hits a path.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I do.
But I mean, he gets then to the path, and then he jumps over to the next path, and then he will get a very easy entrance, we think, because that's exactly the thing Riedefeld was doing and missing the control. So it's not that easy. You have to, of course, it's not too difficult either. You get the hill, but you have to be focused and you have to expect the control in order to see it.
And it's the same proceedings for Florian Hevald as well, who leaves that control in exactly the same direction.
But I think
But
he won't go. I don't think he will go so much to the north.
No, I don't think he'll fully cross that marsh.
That's Renault's. No, is it? Is it the mixed team? Hard to tell. See at least that Fosse might have a small gap
little
now.
gap, I think. Here's the two Finnish teams. They're on this way kind of into the green. They must have already crossed the path. So punch control 13, Fosse was 4 seconds ahead, as you can see there. Here's one cruising for Anna, and yeah, they were all together. It looked like a good route, but a slow route, if that makes sense. But a safe route.
That's not
No,
Florian
I was gonna
Hovald.
say.
I think he should come at around the same gap as before, 1:11 maybe, somewhere there.
Yeah, for me, Florian Hovald has done this control, executed this control much better than Isak.
Wait a few seconds still just to see.
Oh, that's true,
if he
that's
gets it.
true.
No, but it looks very good. He gets this re-entrant on this side, he gets the hill there, and then he jumps over to the other side and gets the re-entrant on this side, so very good here.
Maybe a few problems for Lithuania and Belgium, or maybe that's in the plan that again they head out to the path, they run all the way down the path, and then it's really good to go in there.
Hovald, 1:16.
So maybe, what was it, about 5 seconds lost?
Yep.
Ah, he's just maintaining that. And to do that alone, that's really impressive as well, to be honest. Here he is.
Here they are. Anton Johansson as well. Oh, almost a crash here. It's a rather easy control. It's quite open. You can up on this kind of spur on this hill. They were a bit much to the right.
Fairly straightforward, and they're making absolute light work of this terrain, looking really good. Here's Finland 1 in the chase, and Olli Ojanaho has caught up a bit more time here, I think. Or, well, caught up a few more places, shall we say again. Really working his way through the field. He was behind Sirolainen there, who's just gone through. So, making a bit of a difference here, I think.
You can see now that Isak von Krusenstjerna lost contact, definitely.
Yeah, the tail's 30 seconds now, so I think the gap's grown even more. And that's why this, the relay format that has the forking that splits people up, it throws so much more difficulty in there. You know, there aren't a lot of people who can follow Kasper Fosse, but when you add the forkings in the mix as well, it makes it even harder.
They are now on the way to this next forking, where Rouse Street struggled on the first leg.
But so far as we've seen, there seems to be much fewer mistakes, probably as we'd expect, right, on the second leg compared to on the first.
Yeah, it's a bit less stressful in the beginning, but it's also a bit misleading because you see all the teams towards the first control, and then you don't see the ones missing later on behind. So it's
Yeah, we
haven't
only see
seen
the
that.
ones at the front who aren't messing up.
My feeling is that the gap now is growing between the leaders and Florian Hovald.
But this group here, Lithuania, the 2 Finns, Belgium still in there. Just putting in a solid amount of work here. And they've dropped other runners, certainly.
Very good relay so far for Belgium and Lithuania.
Yeah, I know the Belgian team have been working really hard to send, you know, a much bigger team to the World Cup rounds and the World Championships as well. You know, it's not only about Yannick Michels, and he's certainly trying to do some work in expanding that Belgian team as well, I know.
See now, Norway has J. See here what happens. Ojenau and Syrjalainen. Good route there for Syrjalainen. Small mistake by Ojenau.
It's not a huge mistake, but it just drops you back in the pack, doesn't it?
And interesting now, they have to split up, and it seems that Johansson has struggles there to get the right control. He sees the control now that Kasper Fosser punched, shouldn't be there. He will lose time there, but now he lost already about half a minute. And additionally, he has the longer control. You can see that Hovald follows the vegetation border there in order to be a bit quicker over the yellow bit.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. It worked well in the middle distance. It's working well here in this similar terrain. It's all in the same forest here. It's a big old forest that they're running in. And here is our leader. Here's Kasper Fosser. He's managed to drop Anton Johansson as a result of that forking where he managed to execute his plan properly. Not so, though, for the Swede. And it is Eskil Shinneberry to take up the mantle, and what a strong runner, what a consistent runner to hand over to. A stable runner, and one who's used to running relays.
Almost the whole Norwegian team is very experienced to be in situations like this, but let's wait for Anton Johansson. See how big of a mistake he did at the forking. Of course, he lost a bit time as well due to the longer forking, but here they are together. Isak von Krusenstjerna had the chance again.
Yeah.
Come closer, so let's see
50
now how
seconds then.
far away Florian Hovald is. Should be here within, let's say, 20-30 seconds as well.
Emil Svensk will take up the mantle for Sweden 2 and Sweden 3, which will be Max Petterbeimer. Again, Emil Svensk was one of those who didn't have a good middle qualification, so he started quite early. I think he had a decent run, but it just, you know, fighting hard without all those tracks.
Same
with an early
for
start.
Kasper Fosser.
It was indeed, yeah. Jonas, you were crunching some numbers about who has done, which nations have historically done well at these European relay championships. I think it was Daniel Hubman with the most relay medals.
Yeah.
Which, because he's just been around, done orienteering for so long. Here's Florian Hovald, though, through and maybe losing a little bit more time, but who, yeah, now 1:45 seconds down, so dropping again. He was maintaining that pace with Fosser for so long, but maybe losing some time here.
Yeah, for all the runners we have on the start line today, we have a clearly leader when it comes to the medals, and then we count both the medals from the European Champs and the World Championships in relay, and Daniel Hoopman has 10 medals. But if you only look at the gold medals, then we have Magne Daly and Gustav Bergman, who have 4 of them. So both combined European and World Championship titles. So we have a few very experienced runners here with a lot of medals.
Yeah, a lot of experience. And somehow Kasper Fosse has managed to get a lot of experience very, very quickly from bursting on the scene. And the senior scene, certainly at those home World Championships in Norway in 2019, his focus really that year was Junior World Championships, as he was still a junior. But managing to get a medal in that long distance was incredible to see, and he just hasn't stopped since then, really. He's been so strong, and even though it's been a year with or a winter with some bad injuries, he's really had to do a lot of cross training. Again, like Tove Alexandersen, he's putting in his best performance of the championships in this relay race for him. He's going to be pleased to end on a high, and he will hand over, of course, to Eskil Skinnerbo with a gap as well, and we know how important that is. He'll round the corner, find his map, and hand that over to his teammates. But good job there, good work.
Very impressive how he just could run away from the others. He kind of, I mean, it grilled them throughout the course. You could really see how tough it was for them,
pressure,
and then it kind of forced them to mistakes. Here we have, you can also see the 2 Swedish runners. They split up here. My feeling is that it is Anton Johansson. Yes, indeed. Punching first for the 2nd Swedish team.
So it hasn't been a clear ride for Anton Johansson. Mistakes at number 2 and at number 17, but it's still enough. He has lost the lead over here, but ultimately still in that medal position for the 2nd Swedish team, and Isak von Krusenfrener just dropping behind there for the 3rd team. So
we'll send out Max Peter Beimer. And for Anton Johansson, Emil Svensk.
it didn't come up, though. That's unusual. Didn't come up on the results on the finish line. That's very strange. So it's about 1 minute down, and then another 10 seconds back to Sweden 3. Let's have another look. So that was the route choice, the different route choices, and actually
mistake by Switzerland.
We've seen that one before.
Then he gets stuck there in the green as well. I think he's gonna lose more time here towards the end.
Let's see if we can pick him up, Florian Hovald, on our drone shot. No, he's too fast for that. And here he is in the 4th place position, but the 3rd nation. That's very important. And we will look behind him to see what the gap is. He hands over, of course, to Matthias Kibbert, but still some question marks on his fitness after illness.
And Hovald, he lost time here in the end. Of course, we've seen the mistake. My guess is that he also lost time in the route to the last control.
Yeah, he was 1:37 behind at when he started his run, now 2:25, but crucially, as we've been saying, gone on from 17th up to 4th place, and that is really, really important, of course. Great start to the course when lots of people were getting it wrong, lots of people were making mistakes, and just managing to cut through all of those runners. Not an easy thing to do.
I wonder why we don't have the 2nd Swedish team in the result list here. Maybe they will come back after uploading the results.
Is this Jens Ronalds? I think, on this mixed team, yep. But we see a good few runners in here. Toki Sirolainen as well for that team from Finland.
And Jens Ronalds will hand over to Vegard Jarvis Vestergaard.
Wow, but a fast sprint finish from Topi Sirolainen fighting up here. Oh, and Martin Rekborn has caught up. That's quite interesting here. He's kind of, we did see him a bit on the GPS tracking, but it's Finland 2 who will be in fifth position. So Sweden 1, 4 minutes down. Don't know what's happened to Finland 1.
Still very strong performance here by Team Belgium and Lithuania.
Yeah, they should be really, really happy with that. Especially as you look at the nation rankings as well. And we get ready for the final leg.
We also got back to the second Swedish team in our result lists.
All right, so this is Eskil and Shinneberry, and actually they've all got A here, which we had seen before as being the trickiest of these 3 controls.
No problems for Shinneberry.
No, really strong.
See
really
how
smooth.
Svensk will approach that control. We see the C option for Switzerland. For Kiburz, he's heading to this path.
Maybe trying to play to his strengths. Here's Estonia. Larry Sills. And he will hand over to Kenny Kivakas. We knew there was maybe some potential in this Estonian team, but maybe not having the pace to match up here.
And they lost time on the first leg towards the end.
Okay, let's have another look.
Yep. Looks good for them, for all of them.
Yeah. That A control, 1A, we saw being a real trouble for some of the first leg runners. But that's the difference between running a first leg and running the third leg, to be honest.
It looks very good for Kiburz as well. So far. No problems for Shinneberry, maybe 5 seconds time lost there towards control A. Now Kiburz has to be careful there to get the control.
So,
I think he got it.
yeah, so to do the 2 Swedish runners who are heading for A, it's a fairly decent plan to aim off towards the left for that control and then work your way in.
But you could also just follow the station boundary.
So it's a 1 minute tail here, and it's looking really good for Matthias Kiburz, who was 1 minute and 15 seconds behind Sweden 3. I think that's catching up a little bit
And
of time.
Sweden 3 is off direction right now. Now they might get control over the situation again. Sweden 2 going maybe not the direction I would choose either. Here we have Eskil Shinneberry.
Out on his own, he will know roughly, he will have some expectation of the gap, and will have been thanking his teammates for just doing what they normally do in relays and being very, very solid, so he knows what to do from this point.
Yes, these first 2 controls looked very, very good, or 3 controls.
And we've seen this team, Eskil Shinneberry, and we've seen Magna Daly in there often before running with Olaf Lundenes. Lundenes not running anymore, but we have a more than adequate replacement with Kasper Fosse, and they just keep doing what they normally do. It's simple, really. No.
Yeah, they have such an experience in the team as well. I mean, all of them have been winning relays before. That's really making it easier. And I think I saw another Swedish runner there, so there must have been a time loss.
This is Emil Svensk, though, for the second team.
Yeah, and that's quite a good start for him as well. 38 seconds behind.
Yeah, he's actually caught up, so he was about a minute behind.
Let's
and
see
now
here.
only 38 seconds.
I think I've seen Swedish runner there, but he's overtaken by Matthias Kiburz already. And that's a good start for Kiburz.
Really,
it's a really good start.
Yeah, there were some question marks about whether he would even start for the middle distance. Him and Daniel Hubman didn't start the long distance. And then after that race, again, we were questioning, how do the selectors play the teams if they're not feeling 100%? And maybe they are feeling.
I think
maybe
he
they've
feels
recovered
good
quite
again
quickly.
because he's more than a minute faster so far to this point. Very, very good start.
Very strong.
Of course, it's kind of a risk, but who else should you pick? I mean, if you have a positive development from the healthy side. I mean, a few days ago they could not run. Then they could run yesterday, but they didn't feel so good. But if you look at the result, it's still, without mistakes, they could still perform quite well. It's one more day. So I can understand that they took the kind of, if you want to call it a risk, to select them and to have this team, because if they have a good day today, Hoopman and Kiburz, then it's definitely the best possible team they can have. But it is a question mark behind.
Yeah.
Or it was.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure the team managers would have been having discussions about what the plan should be. So certainly interesting.
About experience.
Yeah, here's Gustav Bergman, very, very familiar figure with the long hair. And so he was in 7th place at the handover and 4 minutes down on the leaders. So let's have a little check about what it is by the time it gets here. And this is looking pretty good. This is maybe similar running speed to Kiburz.
Exactly, about the same speed.
You know, he knows he's not the leading Swedish team, but wants to be there. You know, wants to try and catch up some time and wants to try and be there if any of them
of course,
mispunch or anything.
You mentioned that before. There's only one medal to win per nation. So if they don't beat the other two Swedish teams ahead, they won't get a medal here.
So by far the quickest time from the exchange to control 4 from Matthias Kiburz. Gustav Bergman just those 10 seconds slower, but surprise for me to see Norway 1 just having a very steady start. But maybe that's his plan. You've got to put in some safety seconds.
Yeah, and it might be due to the forkings as well, that Switzerland is a bit faster there. Interesting that he was choosing the route from the path. Maybe if he's very lucky, he will spot Skinneberg, but I don't think so.
This is probably Finland 2, I think, here. Yep, Eetu Savalainen. And some more chasers. France still up there, and...
Is it Kirmula?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
4 minutes behind, so Finland won. They were 4.5 minutes behind. Start. Here we have Skinneberg.
Yeah, for me then this, Skinneberg is just not taking this relay like Kasper Fosse did, and not like Tove Alexanderson did on the last leg.
It's still good what he's doing here. It's very good. And now you can see that Kiburz almost up there.
I don't know if that's like a GPS mistake, a parallel mistake. But we'll catch up with them when they get to control 6 anyway.
And here you can see as well that control D is much faster to have. So the third Swedish team is up there again.
We can still follow with the leader. Oh no, Switzerland did have F. It's all fine. I thought they didn't punch the right control. I was wrong.
And he now is almost together with 2 Swedish runners, Matthias Kibbutz. Then there are 3 runners chasing Eskil Skinneberg in the lead, but he's doing a great race up there.
Yeah, the lead was a minute from the GPS. Looks like it's about the same. We will check, of course, when they come through to this control. This is the one they visit twice. Really now making his way back towards the arena for the arena passage. Here's Sweden 3, Max Petterbeimer. Seems to be in the middle of this train. Sweden 2, Sweden 3, Switzerland, if we look on the GPS tracking, and fantastic direction here. I say it and then they all leave the line. No, still pretty good. Here's Gustav Bergman through that point. Now on his this longer legs where we've already seen Eskil Skinneberg.
Let's see here, so the gap between Kibbutz and Skinneberg was 1:19. It's a bit closer.
Only a few seconds just being ticked off the whole time.
But now, of course, he has the feedback that he was faster than the other 2 Swedish runners. Will give him a good feeling.
But now to get that gap, to catch up and then get a gap over the other 2, that's going to be hard.
Yeah, of course, but I think their main goal will now be to try to catch Norway in the lead. They don't think yet about like how to make a difference regarding the others. I mean, and I don't think that Kibbutz feels a lot of pressure to do that on beforehand. I think he will feel quite confident that he can make a difference from the last control to the finish as well. So I don't think he will feel a need to do anything just in between the group.
Vicky Kimmeler through.
Yeah.
But here's 2, 3 and 4. So the 2 Swedes together.
Still there's a small gap. Maybe a bit of a mistake there.
From Norway.
I think you can cut the corner a little bit. Stayed for too long on this path. Let's see at the arena passage how big the gap is.
And Gustav Bergman, that's about the same gap as it was in the open area. I think it was just under the 3 minutes. So maintaining pace with Skinneberg, I think. Let's have another look.
Finland off direction a little bit. Then second Finnish team as well. Belgium dropping off, but still going okay. This is Skinneberg at the arena passage, and let's see the gap now.
So he runs through here, and then just as we lose them, there's a little coaching zone on their right-hand side. Just as they go through here, you can see those some of the team coaches in the distance there. He probably gets some information from the Norwegian coaches. There's some water being offered to him as well, or some sports drink or something, and then I'm sure he will get some information. Doesn't take it though, about what the nature is of the gap. And I think even with that mistake, he's maintained it.
Let's see. They haven't punched there yet. Now they have punched 56 seconds for Sweden 3, 59 for Sweden 2, and 101 for Switzerland. So they're a bit closer again, 15 seconds.
Fantastic running from this French team. Did we mention them in our? We definitely have been talking about them, maybe outside of the broadcast, that they had a good couple of races here in this terrain. So that's looking really strong. And again, still a little gap here between these runners, and they're going to try and make some inroads on the Eskilstuna. It was a little bit, but not significant.
Yeah, that's about 15 seconds. So seen on a minute, that's quite a high percentage.
You keep adding up those 15 seconds. You keep adding up those 15 seconds, and suddenly they're gonna catch him. Some feedback then, and some drink for Matthias Kiberts as he is right on the back of those two Swedish runners. It's nice to have some company in that forest. Okay, his Belgian team, yep. Still putting together a good team performance.
A very good team performance. Into 11th here. And then, of course, a few of the teams will drop out there because they're second teams, or because they have two teams ahead.
Yep, so Matthias Blaise on the last leg for the Belgian team.
You can see now that's the leading group, or the leader. Eskilstuna is heading towards this green area. And they are approaching this hill. You can follow almost all the way to the control.
Yeah, it's tough in the green, but it could be a lot tougher here, I think, because you've got a nice feature to get you into the green, and there are a lot of features. You can see,
I think it's a good thing to keep a little bit to the left. Let's see here.
Yeah, you do want to be fairly high. I think the height of the hill as it goes into the terrain is about as high as.
And you can also see the tracks here. You can see that there have been runners before.
Yeah, the forest will look very different. So you can see actually that Eskilstuna hugged the left-hand side of the hill.
But soon it's only half a minute left. That's my feeling. Maybe it's 45 seconds now.
I think there will have been more tracks on the way that Sweden 3, Sweden 2, Switzerland have gone, and it's just that running is a little bit easier. So Norway being hunted down. And then this control 12 that you see here, this is the last forking on this men's relay. Everything else is the same, unlike the women's course.
No problems for Skinneberg at the 11th control. It was a bit misleading there. It seems to be more than gap. Seems to be bigger again. Maybe they're missing control a little bit. They're quite slow into that control now. Yeah, now the gap is up to about a minute.
Yeah, it looks about the same as what we saw at the arena passage, pretty much. And then Eskilstuna heading out to this to the marsh, looking good.
See that all of them have different options at the next control. We have Sweden 2 with H, Switzerland with I guess, or G.
But we're behind Matthias Kiberts.
Here you can spot another runner in front of him. It's another one he's competing against.
So he's got G. So just has to work through this green section. So the trees do move out the way when you run into them.
Yeah, they do.
Like,
But
so
they block
it's not that low, but it's the low visibility that's more
But
the
look
issue.
at this now, when you see the runner in front of you. If you just get a little bit behind, you don't see him anymore.
Yeah.
If you're in the greenest bit.
So really good job from our running camera operator to actually catch up that gap, to spot where he was and catch up the gap. Actually, that's quite impressive, actually.
But he doesn't have to read the map at the same time. No problems for Shinnebari. Surrounding this green area. Maybe that Sweden 2 is going a bit too direct to the control, now having to run through the green area here.
But we can be back at this very familiar control. Loads of runners coming the other direction, but this is our leader.
So let's see, the gap before was around a minute.
As you can see the time ticking up in the bottom left-hand corner as we wait for the others. I think it might be about the same, or maybe even grown.
I think that there will be a small gap again between Sweden 2 and Sweden 3 in Switzerland. So here we have Emil Svensk. Gap is quite about the same for the two runners who had the same option. But he got a gap now compared to the other two.
And there are no more forkings left now from here as well. So we
are.
know they've done all the forking options.
Skibots.
Catching up now into third position. Let's see if we can see where Max Petter Bämer is.
And this is a difficult situation now because he will be out of sight.
Oh.
I'm missing that control a little bit. 20 seconds behind. I did a mistake to this control here, control 13.
Just not on the line, but at least he knows which direction he has to turn to get to the control itself.
And feeling is that it's quite close again between Sweden 2 and Switzerland.
One of those teams will get the silver, one of those teams will get the bronze.
If nothing happens with Shinnebari.
If nothing happens to Shinnebari, you never know. But looking really good here. I know we've got a camera at control 15.
And
I think he's
my
probably
feeling
already
is
been
that Svensk is a bit stuck in the green area there.
Yes.
Better track for Kibbutz, really glued to the line.
Yeah, not very good direction from Max Petter Bämer. Maybe he's planning to do that and avoid the green, but you know, it's very easy to get stressed once you were with the group and then you know you've made a mistake, you know you're too far to the left in 13, and then. But no, I think he's in control.
You can
of the
also
situation.
see how important it is to find a good kind of track or a good way through the green areas. Kibbutz just was only in this single control here. He was about 20 seconds faster, and Svensk didn't really do a mistake.
Yeah, and now he's ahead. So these two runners really close together with only a few more controls to go, no more forkings, and a silver and a bronze medal on offer. I mean, Matthias Kubert's put in so much hard work at the start of this course. I mean, yes, there were different forkings in place, but he put in so much work at the start here to manage to catch up with a few, and that is really where that's really paid off at this point. They run down there, they spot the open, a lot of features to help guide into the next control. And these are our next chasers with the Kivikas. Working his way up, Kivikas. Good, strong
good run.
last leg from the Estonian team. Kiemala strong as well, and Perrin. So yes, this is the Control 17 we haven't seen before on the men's competition, but fairly simple, comparatively simple, I think.
And no problems at all for Shinneberg so far in this race.
Finland 2, Savalainen. Not having that advantage of running with the group of Estonia, France and Finland. And of course, we haven't really talked about him much, Gustav Bergman. Well, we haven't talked about him in the last couple of minutes on the chase. But for me, that gap is there. Even if he runs a perfect race, it will be hard to catch that gap.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, it's also the fact that it's not only one runner in front of him, but it's two runners he has to pass, and it's the right two runners in order to get a medal. So this will be very difficult. But my feeling is here that Emil Svensk might get small gap.
Yeah. I wonder if, you know, I think we had a lot of feedback of people who had COVID in the past few years that it doesn't.
There's a mistake by Gustav, or the GPS is really off.
I think the GPS was a bit off for him at 14, so it might be a little bit off. We had the feedback from some of the runners after having COVID that they feel okay for the first part of their race, and then it really starts to hit them later on. So I wonder if, you know, Kiberts is paying for the effort he put in. It's just speculation.
We'll see. I mean, he's still in the group
there. He is still in the group. Maybe just leaving something for the last few controls.
We can also say that Shinneberg punched control number 17 very soon to approach the next TV control, and then it's only a very short way to the last control. Here we are with Kivikas. And here is Shinneberg. And I don't really see that control where he can miss more than a minute.
No, I think he'd have to really be unlucky or just be really tired to do that. He's such a solid relay runner. He knows what he's got to do, and he'll know the position he's in. He's just got to minimize mistakes completely. So it's looking good. And now again, as they cross this open area.
Peter Beimer.
Yeah, maybe catching up somewhere here. Definitely
so
on
hard to
Kiberts.
say.
It's really hard to say.
I had almost said that he got a bit stuck there, maybe. I think Kiberts will stay on the path for a bit longer, maybe all the way down. And
Gustav Bergman here has got to pick up this path, I think, and head through there, not make the mistake that we've seen from Ralph Street. But yeah, he's very safe and comfortable on this path now. But these are the chasers, that little group of Finland, France and Estonia, I think. Or maybe it's the ones behind. That's hard to tell. Oh, there is a mistake from Norway. It's the one we've seen.
But he won't miss it by 2 minutes.
No.
It's almost there. Now he got it.
And splitting up again.
Now they're splitting up.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Will he go all the way around, or will he cut in? as Hoopman did on the first leg.
So we've got a camera
Now
at the
you can
control number
see,
18.
you can really see
Here
how
he
they
is. Emil
put on
Svensk.
some speed. This is Svensk, where is Kiburz?
Oh, he is fighting hard here, and I'm quite interested in the route from
Here's
control.
Beimer,
Oh,
here is
this is a mistake
Kiburz.
there, I think, from Kiburz. They're just
Nah,
on
he
an
was
angle of
turning
approach,
around.
yeah. And
Slow route.
with athletes together at control number 19, the second to last control, there are some route choice options. And I'm going to be really interested to see what they do. Let's have another look at what
I
happened
mean, there was a
here.
small... It was a little bit... Oh, he did a
Yeah.
small mistake there. He was a bit behind when they started, but let's take the winner to the finish.
And it is Norway, of course. Eskil Shinneberg just doing exactly what he needed to do. Really, again, it's 3 great runs by the three members of this Norwegian team. And that is what has managed to put together a fantastic result here. Magna Daly in amongst that leading group, not necessarily at the front of that leading group the whole time. Passes across to Kasper Foster, who does what Kasper Foster does best. Really, really pushing the pace, making it painful for all of the other runners, and crucially getting a gap of 1 minute in front of all of the other teams. Handing it over to Eskil Shinneberg, who's such a safe pair of hands on this last leg. I mean, all of them done lots of relays together before, and he doesn't even need to look over his shoulder to see where the other teams are. He has maintained that 1 minute gap. His 2 teammates are there to welcome him. High fives all around. And we thought it was going to be Sweden's day today with their dominance in the middle distance. But the true kings of the relay are Norway.
I mean, the real difference between Norway and the other big teams, they had a good first leg here.
Yeah.
If you compare them, and Magna Daly did a great job on the first leg. Of course, I mean, Sweden had good first legs as well, but not from the first team. Switzerland have lost time on the first leg as well. They performed it when they had the chance. Kasper Foster put in some effort and he got away.
Okay, this looks like Emil Svensk here in the lead, then Matthias Kiburz, but they do have some route choices. Oh, it's Beimer in the lead, and then I'm not sure. That's what we hear. And there are some route choices. You can go different ways around here. Let's have a look at what happened then to Sweden too. Oh, this is a big mistake. Oh, yes, that is indeed. That is why Emil Svensk is behind. He is currently in 4th place. So we have Max Petter Beimer for Sweden 3 taking it out, and he
Now
is
they're
doing the good
splitting
route
up
choice.
here. You can see that Kiburz going to the left, Beimer is going to the right, but there's
it's
this
paid
kind
off
of a
for Beimer.
desperate move.
Yeah. And Max Petter Beimer, can you believe it? We're talking about the first 2 Swedish teams, but it is Sweden 3 who were able to take the silver medal. Victor Svensk, Isak von Krusenferner, and Max Petter Beimer. Can you believe it? It is not Sweden 1, it is not Sweden 2, it is Sweden 3 who were able to take this. Matthias Kiburz, coughing on his way up the run-in, will take the bronze medal for Switzerland. But it is Team Sweden who take the silver medal. And Matthias Kiburz, to be honest, it was Florian Hovald and Matthias Kiburz who were able actually to fight back in that one, and he's still pretty happy with that.
Yeah,
to be
of course
honest.
he should be,
He
but
really should
look
be.
at that Swedish performance. I mean, we have, of course now they didn't win, but if you look at it, we had on the first leg, we had 4 Swedish runners high up, even in the second leg, and they, in the end, they have the 3rd Swedish team winning this medal with Victor Svensk and Isak von Krusenstjerna and Max Petter Beimer. That's so impressive. But back to Norway, I mean, it's Kasper Foster making the difference then on the second leg, but it's not only that he put in an extra effort, it's also that they never let the other teams get in contact with them. They never, I think they never, have they done a mistake today, the whole Norwegian team? It's like they performed so well today.
No,
and
not that I can remember.
you can't
Not that I've written down.
I mean, you can't say that Switzerland did a big mistake. They had 1 mistake in the beginning to the first control, and that was enough to never get back in really into the relay. And it's just it's such small things that decide, and once you're behind on the first leg, it's so hard to get back.
Yeah, and Gustav Bergman has had a really fantastic run as well. He will pretty much, he'll actually have been quicker than Kasper Fosser, I think. No, not Kasper Fosser, Eskil Shinneberry, sorry, on this one. He was 4 minutes behind, now only 3 minutes behind. Good work from him, especially at the start of that relay, but not enough. And we will see Finland. This is still Finland 2, I think.
It's Finland 1. Mika Kirmula.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, you're right.
Here we have
And
Estonia.
Estonia, Kenny Kivikas.
But if you take away 2 Swedish teams there, just get to the nations, then this is great results for Estonia as well.
Yeah, they will be the 5th placed nation, and really that is good. We thought it was all falling apart from them maybe after the first couple of legs, but a really, really strong final leg there on the Estonian team for Kenny Kivikas. He should really be rewarded. He should really feel proud, and the French team as well, to be 6th nation. They'll get on, on that podium, that top 6 that we're used to seeing with those medal ceremonies. Good result for him, I think.
Yeah, very good result for the French team. I mean, they had good results throughout the week. Very strong long distance performances, and also in the middle distance good performances. And today, I mean, put those 3 runners together, if they don't mess up and one control throughout the competition, they could be in the competition and even fight for the medals. But that's exactly the difference. I mean, Team Sweden, they have 3 possible teams. If one team messes up, there are still 2 other teams fighting for the medals. And Norway today was just outstanding. How should you get back of any mistake? So it's very hard to get back on that, and I think we will hear a bit from the Norwegian team, from Kasper Fosser.
I'm here with Eskil Shinneberg, actually. And Eskil, congratulations on your victory in your race. How was it?
Thanks. Yeah, it was really good. I felt had good control all the way, and I knew that I had a lead. So if I just did my rotating well, normally it should be enough, and it was. So it's really nice.
And how much did the lead Kasper Fosser produced on the second leg, how much did that mean to you and for the win, you think?
Yeah, less because I know when no one could see me when I ran out. It was I could do my own race in my own speed and just stay in control. And yeah, so it felt a lot easier when he came in with a lead.
And so this was, you won the EOC, you won the team 4 years ago, winning the European champions. And now you beat the Swedes. They beat you at Czechia last year, the world champs. What does that mean, being back on the throne?
Yeah, it's always important to beat Sweden, so that's really nice.
And you've had some great performances here in Estonia as well the last couple of days with the silver medal on the long distance. How has it been?
Yeah, it's been a really good championship, and I think I was very well prepared and in good shape, so it's been a really good championship for me.
And there's been a lot of talk about the terrain, the runners losing minutes out there. How did you feel? You seem to do really great.
Yeah, but I think the terrain suits me quite well, and I also it was the World Champs in Estonia some years ago, so then we did a lot of training in similar terrain, so I think that also helped now that I didn't need so much training to get into this type of terrain again. So.
Okay, thank you, Eskil, and congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
That experience, that preparation really paying off for the Norwegian team there. A lot of experience even with Kasper Fosser as well.
Yeah, and they also mentioned something interesting, that normal is enough, and that's exactly what they talked about. When you have the lead, then it's much easier to go out and to perform well, because you don't have to be attacking, and in this terrain, as long as you don't have to take risks, it's totally doable.
Yeah, running your own race, very, very key in a relay, even when that feels like that's exactly the opposite of what you want to do. It's just keeping your head and running your own race. But a couple of hours ago, we crowned our new European champions in the women's relay. And this one, it went to Team Sweden, of course, with Czech Republic taking the silver medal, a bit of a surprise silver medal for them, and Norway just edging out Switzerland for the bronze. That was a A relay where we had a lot of changes of place, a lot of different teams in the lead, kind of similar to the men's as well. And I think we will take the flower ceremony for the women's relay any moment now, as maybe a lot of the spectators here get ready to go out and do their own runs in this terrain. We're still welcoming quite a few of the teams back into the finish.
Ladies and gentlemen,
okay, we will award the flowers then for the top 3 teams.
The flowers are presented by Mr. Sondra Kullard, EOC Secretary General, and Aigar Pingman, President of the Estonian Orienteering Federation.
Third place, tredje plats.
Okay, so it was a strong team performance from Norway. A tricky leg on the first control of the first leg for Anna Drickhorn, but she kept the time gap small and realised her mistake, and then a big fight back for really strong Forest Orienteers, Maria Olausen, Andrina Benjaminsen, and just getting it right at the end to beat Switzerland. These are probably the happiest team in the Finnish arena, in the Finnish field around. I mean, they were absolutely delighted with their silver medal, and so they should be. They were outsiders for this one, definitely. Not with the best individual performances, but Vendela Hodzichkova, Adela Finstrelova and Teresa Yanashikova were fantastic, as, of course, was this team from Sweden. Lina Strand, Sarah Hagström and Tova Alexandersson, all 3 of them getting it right where it mattered. Lina Strand was right up against her in that leading pack, even though she had that longer forking at the end. Sarah Hagström worked hard to drop runners, just kept applying the pressure, kind of like we just seen with Kasper Fossa in the men's, and then was able to give Tova Alexandersson a gap, maybe that gap that she needed, and Tova has had the best run of these European Championships, pulling apart a big lead ahead of the Czech Republic. So congratulations then to all 3 of those teams. I don't think they're all going to fit on that podium. I think that's what they're looking.
Not.
I think that's what they're looking to do. But
let's see what's going to happen. Yeah.
Maybe though.
It's kind of cheating here.
Ah, there we go. they will try and get that together for the 9 runners on that podium.
Relay women team.
So fantastic running then from those top 3 teams. It's a shame to see some teams like Finland miss out there, but you really had to put it together with 3 fantastic runs, and that's definitely what we saw from the top 2 teams.
Yeah, definitely very, very good performances, very consistent. I mean, still, you mentioned it, the biggest surprise today maybe, okay, maybe the biggest surprise is that the 3rd Swedish team took the silver, but I would say it's a big surprise as well that we have Czech Republic up there, but it's very well deserved because, as you mentioned before, I mean, they had a good first leg, and then even though they lost a bit of time contact on the second leg, they still managed to keep the gap open to the runners behind, so that Yanashikova had enough of time to save it up in a way that she can secure the medal even without risking too much, and in the end it paid off perfectly. I mean, there was not a lot of the margin left when they get to the finish, but it was just enough to save that silver medal.
Okay, we go straight to the flower ceremony, I think, for the men's relay, as we still have some people finishing, I think, just crossing that bridge where we have this camera. And we will award the flowers then to the top 3 teams in the men's race. So they walk out onto the stage here.
Ladies and and gentlemen.
Trying to get themselves in the right order, I think.
But is it really the right order?
No, it's not now.
Flowers are presented
But the
by
flowers will be presented before, of course, we make the results official.
No,
We'll
they
go
have
get
it in the
medals
right
later.
order.
There they go. They're used to doing this. They will organise themselves, to be honest. But it was, again, like pretty consistent racing from the Swiss team. Daniel Hubmann, again, in that kind of pack. He was a little bit down, but not, you know, he didn't lose it on that first leg, certainly.
Yeah,
Florian
but I mean, not really. You wouldn't expect that he lost it in the first leg, but in the end, if you look back, he lost it on the first leg because it's the only mistake they did on the
Yeah.
whole 3 legs, and it was this 30, 40 seconds, and that's enough to open up a gap, and it's just too much to get back. At least it was today.
But Florian Hovald, for me, like, standout performance from him. Really great to catch up and just overtake loads of runners in there, and then finishing off with Matthias Kubert, who put in that energy right at the start of the third leg to do well. And the team from Sweden, it's Sweden 3, who take the silver medal here today. What a surprise. Victor Svensk, Isaac von Krusenfuerner and Max Betterbeimer.
He won the family fight against the second Swedish team there, Victor Svensk.
Yeah, Victor Svensk and Emma.
Sure,
It's
he's
lucky
very
they
pleased
weren't on
about
the
that.
same relay leg,
Yeah.
though, can you imagine? There are 4 Svensk brothers, just in case you were wondering, and they all run in a team together at the major relays. Major club relays, of course. But what can we say about the Norwegian team who have defended their European title 4 years on from the last one? Magna Daly, Kasper Fosse, Eskil Shinneberry, and they did just what the women did to run. It's all 3 of them had very solid performances with injections of speed here and there, especially on the that second leg, and just not making mistakes out there. That has allowed them, they've got so much experience of running in this type of terrain before, even though it was 5 years ago at the World Championships. They have all that relay experience, and they were just able to package that together to take the win here today.
And one more time, let's congratulate those teams. What an exciting battle it was.
So huge congratulations to all of the teams there. They don't quite know how to do a photo parade, but
We're
yeah,
not very eager to take a photo, maybe.
No, but we can look back at the final results then, those top 10 place teams, with the 3 Swedish teams in the top 5. Congratulations to them. And it's been a technical European Championships, the first forest races at European Championships for 4 years. Hopefully they were all worth the wait, with lots of top quality orienteering needed to do well throughout the whole of the arena. So those are the standings then, of course, in the team standings, where you take the relay teams as well. And we look forward then to Davos in Switzerland for the final round of the World Cup. That is right at the start of October. Another whole load of forest races there, and a lot of teams will be looking again at the World Championships 2023 back again in Switzerland, maybe wanting to get some experience ahead of those World Championships. So we will look forward to that, and we will see you then.
See you then.